29 and I find myself wondering what did happen to the last 10. I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again.
Hi, Pink Fan.
Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last chapter. You gave me the soul I have today. Without you I never could have moved away. But now I see what you teach. I do believe I always should have stayed. Yeah. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure. But one day I'll be yours again. One day I'll be Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life changes just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours.
Hi, everybody. Lead Misery, you gonna come up? I mean, after I start here. All right, wait. I'll let it play one more time because I gotta go get a drink. This song is called Is This Really Happening?
What did happen to the last 10? I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again.
Did you guys hear that? Is everything working okay? Did it just end? Oh, it went on pause. I had to check my messenger real quick.
Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last chapter. You gave me the soul I have today. Without you I never could have moved away. But now I see what you teach.
Okay, let me grab some ice.
something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life changes just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours. Myself wondering what did happen to the last 10. I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. This really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again.
Hi everybody. Song will end and then we'll start. Got my soda. Without you, I never could have moved away. But now I see what you teach. I do believe I always should have stayed. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. I love those emojis. Orange hearts, black hearts. That's a good idea. Hi everyone, Baby Girl, Team Rose, Kingston, Misery, Lazy Boy, LJ, Criminal Ned, Archo Show, hi everyone, Mama Shell, Angie Gibson, thank you everyone, Stars Above, thank you. It should end, wait, is it over yet? Oh my goodness. I don't want to end it before it's over. Let's leave it alone. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 give something from nothing. Life changes just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours. Hello. Oh, good grief. Busy as a zoo. Hi, everybody. Whoops. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So yeah, Sweet Misery's gonna come up. Are you gonna talk about? I just saw in my messenger you wanted to talk about the Jennings 8, or some people call it Jeff Davis 8. But which we can do, because I covered a lot of that earlier, and you're from Louisiana or the area, or write in chat if you wanted to discuss what happened with your cousin. Let me know which one you want to do. Oh, no, my cousin's silly. Oh, did I read it wrong? What's wrong with me? All right, your cousin. So you can just tell the whole story. See if you can't do it in maybe 20 minutes or so, and then we'll discuss it. Does that sound good to you? All right. So let me put the link in chat, and here we go. Okay, and no, I gotta put the chat in. So to do that, all right, I haven't done this in a teeny bit, so now there we go. All right. There's the link for just Sweet Misery, please. If maybe I'll type it in and just put it at the bottom. I'm not trying to act like, but I'll just go ahead and put my PayPal in and just post it at the bottom. Oops. So I went live earlier. I don't know if it was 45 minutes or an hour. I haven't even checked, but it wasn't very long. There's Sweet Misery. Let me just type in the word PayPal so people are aware. So I said after Jimmy's live that I would come back and yeah, have a show. Whoops, what am I doing? Oh, okay. Then I do that, I guess. God, it's so weird to see that there like that. Maybe I won't leave it up there too long. I don't know. Okay, invite guest. Oops, no, not like that. I hit on your add to stage. Yay! Hi.
Hey.
Hi
Can you
there.
hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you
So
hear me? Can you hear
yes.
me? Okay, good. So yeah, so I don't know anything about this, and obviously you do, and if you can tell it in roughly 20 minutes or whatever, you think you
It'll
can?
take less than that. It'll take less than that, but I've not ever told this story on YouTube ever.
Oh, you sure you want to?
Yeah. I'll talk about it on my channel.
Okay.
It's just been so long. So in 2001, I got married in Louisiana and then I moved to Arizona, right? And my husband and I moved to Flagstaff because my parents had bought a convenience store and we went up there and ran it for them. And when we're there in Flagstaff, it was like spring of 2002. And my grandpa calls and he says that my cousin unalived himself and that some crap was going on or whatever. Some investigation was going on. So
Can I
this is what.
interrupt? Let me interrupt you just for a second because I don't
Okay.
want people to think I don't care that you're up here. I just have, see this? I have kittens climbing up the
Oh,
bookcase. Can you see that?
yes.
Right there. There's one up in there now, and there was another one just trying. And so I was just looking around trying to find all three. Okay, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Sorry.
I wasn't even paying attention. So it turns out that this little girl, this little girl was kidnapped from Jennings. And that's why I was going to tell you, it reminded me of my cousin when you were talking about the Jennings 8. Um, a little girl was kidnapped in Jennings, and her friend was almost kidnapped. So the friend that was almost kidnapped got a truck description and a partial description of the guy. And they were all looking for it. It was like on TV, like it was this big old thing, right? And
Mm-hmm.
my cousin was like on the east side of New Orleans, kind of like by the Mississippi state line, and working because he was like installing satellites or something like that. And the police stopped him because the truck matched his truck's description. So the police stopped him, questioned him, and let him go. So then he goes home, and they're like asking him questions, like his wife and all that's asking him questions and everything. So he goes, I'm just gonna tell you, he goes into a parking lot of this bar room. It's closed down. He calls his wife. He says he did it, and then he unalived himself. He kidnapped her, ard her, and K'd her.
Jeez. Are you
That was
okay?
in 2022.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How
I just feel
old?
bad for the family.
How old was this child? Because I was trying. There were two kittens up in that thing, and I thought there was one. The black one
Um,
was way in the back. I was getting nervous. So how old was the child
um,
or woman?
no, she was like, I think maybe like preteen or yeah,
Mm.
preteen age, if
Oh,
I'm not mistaken. But thank God that her friend was able to get away and give them what she gave them so that he was able, because obviously when the police stopped him, it scared him because he went back to where he lived at and said that he did it and then did that. So when my grandpa called and said that he unalived himself, this was the whole reason why.
wow. Whoops. Okay, you are there. Okay, good. I didn't know what happened. Hello?
But that's the story.
Oh, okay. Gosh. So what? Okay, so there's no justice with that, but maybe in a way there's a little bit of justice knowing that he did it, right? There's some answers, but not like why kind of thing, or am I like way off on this?
No, we will never know why.
No,
We
you
know,
don't know why, but you know
yeah,
who, right? That's what I meant by
yes, yes.
oops.
My aunt talked to the family and, like they did this whole thing over there or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I was living in Arizona at the time when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but yeah, I can't believe he did that. And then like I don't know that like just to talk about it, I don't want people to think like I'm a bad person. You know what I mean? Because my cousin did this.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, there shouldn't be any correlation with you whatsoever. I saw that video of you at that swimming pool in that big, beautiful house. That's in
Oh,
Arizona, right?
yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really nice.
It was nice. It really
Yeah.
was.
I saw your sister.
Hmm.
Yeah. Is she your biological sister? I mean, she's not half or anything. Not that that matters. I'm just saying, like,
It's
I
okay.
have a
She's
half.
adopted. Her mother is my first cousin, and
Mm.
she unalived herself when Nevaeh was 7. She's 16 now, so my mom adopted her so she wouldn't go with the state.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, because honestly, she looks a little bit like you in the face and stuff. Her hair is that jet black. Not that that
Her
matters.
grandma and my dad and her grandma are brother and sister.
Nice.
But
Whose house was that? That big house? Is that your like aunt's or I mean,
it's someone related to my uncle.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
Very
my aunt.
pretty.
I know people say if it's related to your uncle, then it's related to you or whatever. But no, it's my aunt married my uncle. It's his family that I don't know because he's like by marriage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no, even if there was genetics, there's none though. There's no genetics at all. It's just someone married someone. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it was
Yeah.
really nice. They had people out there and some food and stuff like that. It was really nice.
Yeah. I don't want people to think I'm hi Matt. Excuse me. Saying half brother isn't equal or sister to full. I have a half brother. I probably call him half brother because I've only seen him twice. Once when he was like 5, and now he's in his 30s and he lives in Wisconsin. And since my father passed, I don't know when I'll see him. We don't have a lot of discussion hardly going with each other. I barely know him. So I just sort of use that. I think that's why mentally I say half brother. You know what I mean? But it's like my daughter and my son have the same mother but different dads, which I never ever thought I'd be in that situation. So it looks like Mab wants to come up too. Is that all right, sweet misery?
Sure, it's your channel. I'm just here for the ride.
You're just here for the ride. Okay, here comes Mab. There's Mab.
Ooh.
Hi, Mab. Long
Long
time
time
no
no see, Tina.
see. Yeah,
Hi, Mab.
all
Hi,
three
sweet
of us.
mystery. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Great.
Yeah, she's telling her story. Did you hear any of it?
No, I was looking at dumplings and then I watched a football game, highlights, and then I came back over here.
Wow. It was pretty quickly told. Do you want to tell it again,
Yeah.
Miss Sweet Misery? Like, just say what year, who, how it's related to you, and where.
2002,
Okay.
my cousin kidnapped R and Cade, a little, I think, preteen girl in Jennings, Louisiana.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and unalived
He in
himself.
jail still?
He unalived himself.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yep.
My daughter was kidnapped from me. Never
I think
told
I
the story.
heard someone say that.
Wow.
My ex-wife and her mother stole my daughter when she was like almost 2, less than 2.
How did they get her?
Well, I was being cordial, letting them,
Oh,
they want to go have a swimming pool thing, and I said, okay, just bring her back this time.
mm-hmm.
She never came back, and the hotels that her mother was staying at, they had checked out, nobody anywhere. But the mother's husband was in the Air Force at Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska, and I knew that. So I called Elmendorf Air Force Base and I told them, you have an enlisted man who's complicit in kidnapping across state lines. And this is the kind of thing that's going to go to the news. And so when the mother checked in with her husband, he said, "I'm in the brig. You guys need to take Laura Lynn back to Santa Cruz, or I'm going to be in the brig." That's how I got her back.
Oh gosh.
And then they
Otherwise,
accused me of molest thing.
you poor thing.
She had a diaper rash, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I want her immediately. I want her in the police department for an examination. And they said it was just bullshit. And I looked it up, and that's a felony to falsely accuse someone. I said, I
Oh,
want her prosecuted. And they said, oh, she's a woman. She's in rehab. I said, I don't give a shit what she's in. She committed a felony. But man, my ex was a freaking nightmare. I don't know how I made it through that. It wasn't for my daughter. I mean, I went through all that for my daughter. And I ended up raising her by myself. She turned out good.
mm-hmm. I saw a picture of her on your Facebook page thing with Mrs. Mab, a while back. And is she 30 or younger?
Yeah.
30.
But she's 29. She'll be 30 in January.
Wow. Did your ex get jail time or anything?
No.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
Nobody pressed. You tried to press charges, and
the DA has to do it.
oh, is that how that works? Ugh,
And they wouldn't do it.
that's terrible.
And then I bought this house, and I invented a bunch of stuff. And I sold some of my inventions and made a pretty good amount of money. And as soon as I got this one big giant check, she decided she wanted a divorce because she wanted the money.
Good
It was a
grief.
nightmare.
Oh gosh.
I had to pay out the yin yang for that. But I had one more invention that I didn't tell her I had, right? So after I settled the divorce, I sold the other invention and was able to pay my house off here.
Oh, nice.
So it took me 9 years to pay it off from when I bought it.
Wow.
Which is good because normally it's like 30 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My ex said he would sign the divorce papers because I'm the one that went and filed. He did the first time we were married, and I did the second time. And he said, as long as I don't have to pay any, alimony stuff. And I said, that's fine. I just want you to sign.
Luckily, we were married 6.8 years.
Mm-hmm.
We were together a lot longer than that, but we were married 6.8 years, and it's 7 years. Then it's considered alimony. Under 7 years, it's not.
You just made it.
Yeah.
Oh, if it's over 7 years or 7 years, you have to pay alimony? Oh.
Depends on how much you make, how much she makes.
Okay.
I was making a lot more than she was.
Right. And the inventions that you, do you want to talk about any of those a little bit?
Well, one of them was DVR.
What does that stand for again?
Like remote, TiVo that you can record your channels.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You thought of that yourself?
Yeah.
You must be a millionaire.
No, I didn't sell it for as much as I should have. It was before it went big. And I wasn't looking to retire on one invention. I just kept inventing stuff and selling them. I sold probably 10 inventions. And then I started selling other people's inventions for a cut. And then I started finding inventions for the biggest buyer of inventions in the world. And I would get 5% from the buyer, and then I would get a percentage from the seller. So it's kind of double dipping.
So what are the other 9 patents that you did?
Proximal advertising, to where if I'm walking in the mall or anywhere and I walk in front of a Pizza Hut, they can notify me and say, hey, if you buy pizza right now, you get 2 for 1, or your favorite kind of jeans are in the store right now on sale, because I'm in proximity to where you buy them.
But I mean, what are the other inventions?
That's one of them.
Oh, that is one of them? What
Yeah.
is that called? What is that called?
Called proximal advertising. So advertising based on your proximity to the store.
Oh, wow.
And then another one was like WebEx, like Zoom.
WebEx what?
I invented the concept of Zoom meetings.
You did?
Yeah. But see, when I did these inventions, it's before they like totally got huge. So
I know, but you're
for
the
like 300,000, 150,000, 200,000, those kind of numbers, not like 15 million or anything like that. I did sell one patent portfolio for 4 million.
wow.
So I got a commission and I own 12% of that patent portfolio. So I made like $680,000 that day.
Wow.
And that's the day she decided she wanted a divorce.
So you were just sitting at your desk or something, or wherever you were standing, sitting, whatever, and you had the idea of
Well,
Zoom. Of Zoom?
My dad's a patent agent. My sister's a patent agent. We had a patent agency called Central Coast Patent Agency. My dad still has it. He's 84 and he's still working.
Wow.
In fact, I got 2 sets of parents that are all 84. And they're all doing good.
Wow.
Physically. So I would
80.
like come up with ideas, and then my dad would write the patent application and prosecute the patent application, get the patent. Then we would assign it into a company that I started that was my dad's and mine, 50-50. Then I would sell the patents, and then I'd give him half the money.
Wow.
Oh, you know that text that's on the side? Transcript, when you're on a YouTube video and you see the transcript and it kind of goes, the text kind of goes as you're watching the video.
Like where captions are? Like that kind of?
Yeah, it's like closed captions where software takes the voice, turns it into text, and you can have it real time right there. I invented that.
Gosh, Mad. Are you related to Roger Jobs?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs? See, I don't even have the name right. Did he pass away from cancer? Was it last year? Last
cancer.
year?
No, many years
Farther
ago.
back? Okay.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Wow. So what, Sweet Misery, if you want to say, like I was a waitress. It's what I did off and on. Well, not off and on, but different places because I moved a lot for about 20 years. So that was sort of my livelihood before I became a mother. What did you do, Sweet Misery?
Accounting. I was never a mother, but
Oh,
accounting before I became disabled.
oh,
I did all kinds of jobs before I started doing the patent thing.
construction, right? You said construction once, didn't you?
Heavy equipment, construction, collection agent, painter, boat company, commercial salmon fishing one year. I did all kinds of things.
You went out on the boats like the Deadliest Catch kind of thing?
It was just me and another guy on a smaller boat. We'd go out for 3 or 4 days. We'd fish for salmon, and we'd come back, sell them all.
Did it ever get rough? The weather,
Yeah.
like night or anything? Scary?
I got a black eye one time trying to go pee off the side of the boat.
Where'd you get a black eye from, though? A
Just
wave?
getting tossed around the boat. Well, the wind
Oh.
was blowing offshore. It was like this canyon. The wind certain times blows from the canyon out over the ocean. Instead of blowing from the ocean onto land, it was blowing off the land. And that was like 60, 70 miles an hour. And so the boat was like, so I was trying to peel over the edge. It's like, got a black eye.
Wow.
It was fun though.
Mm-hmm.
It's not one of those things that it wasn't fun while you were doing it, but it was fun looking back on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't think I could do that. I think I'd get, for one, boat sick. You know?
I got sick. But
You
after
did?
the first day, you get sick and then you get your sea legs. Then when you get off the boat, you can't walk right on land. You're like, whoa.
Oh,
Because you're used to the boat.
right.
And your legs just go with the ocean. That's called your sea legs. And once you have your sea legs, when you get back on shore, you're like, oh, nothing's moving. And
How
the trip
bizarre.
weird. And I had this camper that I had on the bluff overlooking the harbor, and I lived there. And I'd go to sleep, and I'd have these dreams where I thought my camper was like floating in the ocean. And I'd be like,
I believe it. I'm going to say hi really quick to Stars Above, Pink Fan. Hi, Maria G. Hello. There's Mab in chat.
get that Team Rose up here.
Team Rose up here.
She's in the chat.
Yeah. Let me just go through the names. Hi, Chicken Snake. He's driving. Wow. Team Rose, do you want to come up? She's still in chat? She's got to be, because she's only like one back. Hello. If you want to come up, hi, Lois. Team Rose. Oh, wait, I have to put the link in again, I bet. Let's see.
It's right at the very top. Maria G posted it.
The link to come up?
Yeah, it's just about to disappear, though.
Oh, wow. She grabbed it in time? Okay.
I don't know.
Well, earlier, the show I was doing before Jimmy went live, it was on now I can't remember, the Jennings 8, or also called Jeff Davis 8. Have you ever heard of that, Mab? 8 women were killed in Jennings, Louisiana. It was 2005, right? Sweet Misery was the first one.
4 or 5.
Mm-hmm. And 8 were killed in the span of 4 years. And I don't know, after what I've heard, the cops sound extremely sketch.
Yep.
And yeah, all these women were, sex workers of some sort. And not every, well, I guess maybe all of them had drug problems or something, but they were, yeah. And they were all thrown. Almost sounds like a lot of them were in the canals, like in the water on the side, kind of, or something.
They were in ditches.
In ditches, yeah. I never heard about it at all.
Well, I'm from there, so that's probably how I know about it. But ever since the beginning, I thought it was law enforcement.
Did you too?
Louisiana?
What, Matt?
Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm from 45 minutes southwest of New Orleans.
I thought it was Nolans.
No, it's New Orleans.
No.
That's how you really say it, okay? New Orleans.
No, I know how it's supposed to be said New Orleans, but people from there, the sticks, they call it Nolans.
Nolans. New Orleans. New Orleans. So you were born in Louisiana, Sweet Misery?
Yep. Born and raised.
Born and raised.
I was born in Indiana.
Indiana. I was born in South Dakota. Mm-hmm.
Not Dakota.
Vermilion,
Hey.
which it's a lot bigger now. It's become a real pretty biggish, well, bigger
The town
college.
I live in right now is 2,900 people. 2,900 people.
The town you're in now is only 2,900?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure. Do y'all have a Walmart?
Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. I do.
There's
No.
Walmarts in the bigger cities around here.
Okay. I was about to say, because like your whole city would be working at the store. 2,900 people.
Yeah, would be. We have lots of berry farms.
Wow.
So this whole place is surrounded by strawberries, blackberries, blueberries, all the berries. And then Gilroy, which is about half an hour away, it's the garlic capital of the world. They grow all the garlic there. Then Castroville, which is down the other way, they grow artichokes, so it's the artichoke capital of the world.
Oh.
California is like the breadbasket of the world. They grow so much stuff here, it's crazy.
It must be nice and quiet kind of in that town then.
Yeah, there's no cars going down the street. It's just quiet. It's not as quiet as our other property over there in Soquel by the beach
Mm-hmm.
that we're renting out right now. That's where we want to retire because it's like you can ride your bike to the beach. It's totally off the road, so there's no traffic at all.
Oh,
There's
nice.
like mountain lions, and turkeys, and deer, and all the wildlife.
Nice.
There she is.
There she
Yeah.
is.
Can y'all imagine Mab riding a bike with a little bell on it, a little ding bell, and a basket in the front of it, riding it with a Speedo on, going to the beach?
No Speedo.
Look at that. Hi, Rose.
Hi, guys.
Now that I lost 70 pounds.
Yeah.
That's amazing you lost all that weight, Mab.
Mm-hmm.
It's all because
I'm 65.
wow.
What was that? You lost 60.
I
How did you lose all that weight, sweet Stone Gator? That's amazing.
drug. No, I'm just joking. I am totally joking. It is pharmaceutical drugs. I'm on that Mounjaro shot for diabetes.
Yeah, so tell us about that. What is that? The Manjaro? How do you say it? Manjaro?
Mounjaro. It's a once a week shot.
Wow.
And my A1C was 6.0. The first 3 months, it dropped to 5.1. My blood work Friday was 4.9, and I went from 201 pounds to 137.
Wow.
I mean, and how long?
Amazing.
That's incredible.
6 months.
Jeez.
That's pretty fast weight loss.
I went from
It is. And
240 to
10
150.
pounds a month.
I have the loose skin to show it, and it's disgusting. I hate
Oh
it.
gosh, honey. Oh my
Oh.
goodness. Yeah, that's
Hi,
pretty
lunch
heavy
lady.
exercising.
Tighten up over time. I was
Don't look at my hair, but look how skinny I am now, Rose.
Oh,
I can't
wow.
see. Well, let's see. Where are you? Did you show you? Oh my gosh.
Wow, you are a lot thinner than even this past summer.
Yeah, that's when I started taking it this year.
Wow. Wow.
And good.
I went from a 20 to a 10.
Wow. That's about what I
Wow.
wear. I used to be an 8. Now I'm a 10. You know, my boobs are too big. So
But I still feel fat. Like I'm not. Everybody's like, you need to stop losing weight, and my doctor's like, you're at a good weight, and I'm like, no, I still have a stomach, and I'm still fat. I'm not done losing weight yet.
So have you changed your diet at all with the medication, or just you didn't have to change your diet?
To be honest with you, the medication, some type of way, alters your brain. I never think about food ever. I can go into a grocery store and leave with no food.
Oh
Like,
my gosh. That's
I never think, like, it's crazy, and I'm never hungry. And my doctor knows this, and I know it's not good, but I eat once a day at night, but I eat like protein snacks throughout the day because I have
Yeah,
to
that's good.
what kind of
eat
protein
protein
snacks?
stuff, like eggs, cheese, nuts, just like whatever I have
Yeah,
around, stuff like
yeah,
that.
right.
Do you
I
ever
lost.
eat sugar, like a candy bar, a donut? It's because boy, if you don't eat sugar, you'll lose weight.
Yeah.
My son was
I have
proof of
not
that.
I have not eaten any sweets at all.
Well, that if you're just eating eggs and nuts and things like that, that's I mean that you're gonna lose weight.
Cheese.
Eggs makes you lose weight. So what's your
I
evening
eat
meal? What's your one
at
meal? What do you
night.
have?
I eat a meat with a vegetable and a green salad.
Wow.
Well, you have a
You're eating
totally healthy
healthier than
diet
me.
now. I know that's pretty healthy.
Like I haven't really eaten yet today. Like while I was sleeping. I know it's 10:30. I mean, I had some coffee and I'm sipping on a soda and I'm starting to get hungry, but I had some bites of this. It was cold and hard and it was a little burnt, but I got to tell you I kind of liked it. And it was my son's leftover pizza. And I was nibbling on that, and I put the darn plate in my bedroom, and I left. And Soots, the mama kitty, was licking it and pulling the little pieces aside. So anyway, that went out the window, and then I did my live, and then Jimmy came on, and you know, but
Gotta
I
eat.
was what?
Gotta eat.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter's concerned I don't eat, but I do. I'll make myself a big salad even at 2 in the morning if I'm I eat when I'm hungry, but I'm eating about once a day, and I the more I eat, like in the past, the more I want to eat. I think our stomachs really do kind of shrink
They
when
do.
sometimes when
And
you lose that weight. Yeah.
can't hardly eat. I don't hardly like. I eat a half a sandwich. I can't eat a whole sandwich, and
I
Yeah.
had
yeah, but
I had a
my stomach's
BLT,
strong.
Oh, that sounds good.
2 bowls of ice cream.
Oh, I love BLTs.
Yeah,
That's
fresh
what I had for
tomatoes.
dinner.
I don't
Toasted.
have any bacon. I'm out of
I
bacon.
used to be so into bacon, and then I watched this woman on YouTube who was obsessed with us not eating meat, and that she got me convinced that if you eat meat, all the children will continue being abused. And she had this whole mind fuck thing, and I was just like, oh my god, I can never eat meat. So I
Are
stopped
you
eating bacon.
serious, Rose?
I know. I was like, I was completely because I was living on bacon to get me through the divorce. I felt like it was there was this place down the street where my daughter and I moved to California, and they had this incredible giant thing of the most perfectly cooked bacon you've ever seen in your life. It was so good, and I would buy this bacon and use it, eat it while I was studying the law to get myself out of this lawsuit with my ex who was trying to steal my kid, our daughter.
Good grief.
Oh, it was awful. So I was obsessed with this bacon, and then I was like, no more bacon. And I haven't eaten red meat, but I will. I do eat fish, and I do eat chicken, and I do eat turkey. So I'm still a hypocrite. You know, those things are all alive animals with hearts. She said you can't eat anything with a heart.
Oh God.
I know, and I was like, oh no, I'll never ascend. You know, I'll go down. I'll go to hell if I keep eating animals. The children will die. I just was whatever. I just thought I'll do it, I haven't had a hamburger since, but you know, just in case.
Now I will, like at McDonald's or something, I'll have a nice, hamburger or something, even though I say, I won't. But I don't really like to make them. And you can buy soy burgers, and my son likes those. You can, they're frozen and they're soy. Or they
Right.
have all this plant-based now.
Sometimes
Chicken.
some people think that soy stuff is those fake burgers are worse because they've got all these weird ingredients. So I don't know what's the right answer. I really don't.
Well, you'd have to look at the ingredients and make sure a lot of things aren't added. But
Yeah.
I know a lot of red meat kind of stuff isn't good for the heart,
Right.
and it's not, and it can cause cancers and things. But
Yeah,
we
for
have
sure.
our pizza with pepperoni, and
Of course, McDonald's is not you know, you hear horror stories about what they put in their meat.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. We'll end up
Yeah. What do you eat,
upsetting.
Mab? What is your diet? What do you got? What is you and Mrs. Mab? What does she cook? Does she
Do you
cook for
eat
you?
salads, Mab? Do you eat
We eat like
salads?
filet mignon, salads,
Ooh,
red
filet
potato,
mignon. That's delicious.
Red potatoes?
tri-tip.
Wow, nice.
I bought one of
Delicious.
these berry pies. I've been eating that. Ice
Oh,
cream.
God, I wish I had
I can eat
cheesecake.
anything now, and I can't gain any weight.
That's
It's all
amazing.
because of my metabolism was so screwed up without getting oxygen at night. Now my metabolism is different, so I can eat as much as I want, and I won't gain any weight.
That's
Must
amazing.
be nice. Is
Must
it
be
nice?
nice.
I had to pay for it. I mean, my lip's still numb, my chin's still numb.
You were so brave to do that, but you had to. I mean, you were
Yeah.
going to die, right? You were literally, for
No, he was
people that
worried that
don't,
he wasn't going to die. He was worried that he might get a
well,
stroke.
that's what I mean. He might
Well,
have a stroke,
A
but they
stroke doesn't
said
always
he
kill
was
you,
going
though.
to.
I know.
They
having
said
a
he was
stroke
gonna.
was pretty high on the percentage-wise of having a stroke when you're, with the data that I saw from the sleep study, not good at all.
What was it, Mab? Elaborate.
My oxygen was going down to like 79, 80, which is almost dead.
Oh my goodness.
And then my heart rate would shoot up like out of this world with high blood pressure going off the charts to try to get oxygen. And that was happening every minute.
Oh,
Oh God. How
After
long was that
another,
going on?
another. Huh?
How long was that going on? Where you were?
Years.
Years. Wow.
years.
So is your weight maintained at a steady place now?
Yeah. 170, 168 to 170. I was 240 and I went down to 155. Then I went back up
Wow.
to 170.
When they told you you had to have your jaw broken in different places and pulled out and metal things, and even the picture on your channel, you know, or your video of you in that, you know, you're like,
That's right when I woke up.
did you hesitate
Before
at
I woke
all? Like, gosh, can I really do this? But I better, or were you instantly like, I'm just going to do it? The
I knew God was
surgery.
in control, and if I was going to die on the table, then so be it. I was just like, if I die, I die. If I make it, I make it.
They told you you might die on the table?
No,
They have
but you know,
Oh,
you
I
What was
see.
that
can.
risk?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
they have to tell you that on the paperwork just so
And
they're
another
not.
thing is that Alzheimer's can appear after long periods of time under anesthesia. Like my mother-in-law happened to her. She had
Oh
a
my God, really?
ankle surgery, and she woke up in the ankle surgery, and she was like in full-blown dementia.
Hey,
Did
She
she
died.
recover
Really?
from that?
She had what's that?
Did she recover at all, or was it like a permanent thing after that?
Permanent.
Oh my
did
God.
she wake up from recovery? She had dementia.
She had Parkinson's and dementia.
From a
Whoa.
knee operation?
From the
Ankle surgery.
anesthesia? Literally? They know
Ye-
it's that?
Did she know about those risks?
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
See, they have a drink now. From the time she had her operation to the time I had mine, they have this drink that you take that lessens the likelihood that you will have brain fog or have dementia or Parkinson's. A friend of mine had the same operation I had when he was like in his teens. And he said his brain was foggy for a whole year afterwards.
Oh my
And he was young.
Wow.
I was 59 when I had my surgery. So
You're lucky you didn't have that side effect, man.
I know.
I mean, were you worried about that?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's like one
I was
bad
like,
thing
God,
or another bad
God,
thing.
you know what? I said like this. I just like, God's in control. Whatever happens, happens. It's meant to be, whatever. Just do it. And I was pretty calm about it.
Wow.
You were kind of like damned if you do and damned if you don't, kind
I
of in a way.
know.
It's like I'm going to have 50-50 here if I don't do it and 50-50
Right.
here if I do it.
Right.
So
I
Ew.
was actually, when they gave my mom, they wanted to give my mom this, they wanted to take her gallbladder out. And she was 84 or 85, and she was on her way out. And I was terrified that they said her condition, and she already had dementia. She already had Alzheimer's. And they were like, yeah, the painkiller or whatever they call that's going to could make it worse. And I was so scared that my job was going to double in difficulty taking care of her, because I was her only caretaker at the time. I was terrified after that my life was going to be absolute hell. She ended up not having to have the gallbladder operation. She was absolutely fine. She passed the gallstone on her own. There was 2 gallstones, and she passed them both on her own, and she was fine. She did not need to have that. The likelihood of another stone was going to be in 10 years. And I was like, she's not going to make it that long. She's 84. She's 85. She's not going to live another 10 years. And my brother wanted her to have the operation because he was like, because in 10 years. And I'm like, she's not going to make it that long. Why put her through this? You know, my mother was very much against anything medical. And it was her life, you know. And he wanted to put her under the knife because he just loved medical stuff. And
Hi, Justice Jane.
And in the end, you know,
love you too, Tanya.
So Tina, I was starting your video with the Jeff Davis 8 or whoever those. So I didn't get through the whole thing because then Jimmy came on. So did that guy kill those 8 women, or what was the rest of that story?
Nobody knows who did it, but they believe it's cops. And as far as that pimp guy they were talking to, I guess he took a test, and I don't know, like when they asked him, and I did 3 little videos, or did I do 2? One for 6 minutes, one for 7, and one for 11. I did 3. And I'm not monetized, so I'm hoping I don't get in trouble. But when the reporter said, "Did you have anything to do with the death or whatever?" instead of saying yes or no, or did you get in trouble or get arrested or whatever, he just goes, "I'm still walking the streets." And I just thought that was kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he has nothing to do with it.
When they don't say no, when you ask a question like that and people don't say yes or no really clearly,
it's a yes.
That's such a giveaway that it's a yes, you know, that they're part of it. If they didn't say no, it's easy to just say, no, of course I wouldn't. You know, like if someone asks you if you're a serial killer, the answer is no if you're not. And if you don't say no to that question right away, you're like, oh, yeah, well, you know, hey, sometimes maybe not yet. Or it's like, oh, shit. That's how I see it. I mean, if you don't say no, if somebody asked me that, I would say absolutely not. No, I'd say no first. I wouldn't even say absolutely, because that's like saying yes first. You got to really listen to how people answer, because they answer in trick ways. You know, they want to be honest. It's like how the Wells had to tell the truth. They had to be able to speak honestly. How were the Wells going to speak the truth without lying for the rest of their days about Summer knowing what happened? How were they going to do it? So they had to arrange it so that they could speak the truth. That's why I believe when they say someone took their daughter, not a stranger, someone they knew. They both said someone they knew took our daughter. They both said that, Candace and Don. And that's, I think, is true. Someone they knew. And what they did was turn away. They went in they went in the house. Maybe they pretended not to know. You get what I'm saying? They knew someone was there. They knew the thing was going to happen, but they turned their back so they didn't see who took her.
What did they get out of it?
Pay off the debt that you don't believe they had, which they definitely had, sweetheart. You know they had it. You even said it. One night we were talking about this. And you yourself, Mab, you said, because you've had a little bit in the past, you said you had some kind of dealings with drug dealers, and you knew that they were trying to set you up. And you even said, or something like you knew, or you figured it out, that they would get you hooked and then feed you your free drugs until a point and say, you can get me later. I'll catch you later. You can catch me later. And it can easily add up to tens of thousands of dollars.
50,000?
Yes,
30,000?
sweetie, that's not that much. These are two people, all their friends for years. What do they get in the end? $1 million baby. This is a long plan, the long-term plan.
$1 million baby?
Oh, she's worth $1 million. She's worth $1 million.
I'm going to
Team
steer this back. I'm going to steer this topic
Yeah, I got to jump down, you guys,
back
'cause
to the Jennings.
it's getting late.
Because honestly, I'm kind of talked out about Summer Wells being over on
I didn't
Jimmy's
get
tonight.
to talk about it.
Well, if you watch Jimmy's live, quite a bit was covered up there.
I know.
Thank you for coming up, Mab. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for having
Glad to see
me.
you, Mab.
What's that?
We'll talk, or we'll see you next time. If you
Okay.
still need me for something, I don't know, you need to contact me on Messenger,
Okay.
whatever. Just I'm here.
I got
Okay.
your number.
All right.
Good night, Mom.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, Mab.
Peace, chat. Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Love you.
It's cute when people say love you. You know, it's one thing. I was raised with I love you. Lots of I love yous. You know, my mother said it a lot. We always said it. And but not everybody says that a lot, you know.
Well, see, I do, but not to someone like even you know, when Demetrius will call and he'll be like, "Okay, hon, love you." Like I didn't say it for the longest time.
He would say it, but you wouldn't say it.
Well, no, he didn't say it right away. It used to just be like, "Okay, bye." But as we've gotten closer and we've been through his health scare with him, he called us from the hospital, and his oxygen was really low. He was almost having a heart attack. But
wow.
Yeah, and he was there for 2 days and 2 nights, and he's really close to my son now. They talk about Xbox and everything. So if I say I love you to him, it's, you know, so I have said love you, you know, like that.
I get it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But
I know
I
what you
wanted
mean.
to say about the Jennings thing. I thought it was really sad when that one daughter, it was the last video I did, the 11-minute one I showed, when she said to her mother, "Am I going to be next?" You know, because she was doing drugs and kind of running with the crowd. And her mom's like, "Well, just, you know, stay away from that," and blah, blah, blah. And she brought it up again. And then she was like the next person. That's the thing. There wasn't even another woman before her.
She didn't say, "Am I going to be next?" She said, "I will be next."
You're right.
Oh my God.
You're right.
So these were girls, women that were.
You're right, sweet misery.
They were all, did you say that they were like snitches for the cops?
No, they were like sex workers on drugs.
They were, but in the first video, they said that. They said they were snitches for the cops. That actually some of them saw some people that were murdered, not knowing they would be murdered someday, possibly.
I never even heard that before.
Heard what?
That they saw snitches? Something. Yeah, and that they possibly saw a murder or something. I'm from there and I never even. But the message that I sent you on Messenger was about when you come on my panel.
Oh. Well, I thought you said you
body language gives a lot away. I agree, Rose. What do you mean, Pink Fan?
You want to talk about the Jennings thing on your panel?
Yes.
Okay.
A deeper dive, since that's where I'm from.
Yeah. How did that Highway 666 or whatever? I heard about that. Wasn't it called the Highway of Tears?
The Highway of Hell.
Is that a different one?
The Highway of Hell and the Devil's Highway.
Were these girls that were hitchhiking?
No, it's no girls. It's just a road that was named 666 due to the the next number of the U.S. highway they were gonna number was in numerical order, the name, how they numbered the U.S. highways.
Oh,
It's a
so it wasn't a
order.
video that you did on any true crime or anything.
Well, yeah, it's about well, it's just not really true crime, no. It's just about the haunted road and like stuff that happened on
Haunted
the
road.
road,
Okay.
like a lot of accidents and
Oh,
supposed dog ghosts, and supposedly this ghost dog jumps through your window. Can you imagine? I would be so scared. And no wonder why they got so many wrecks on that road. All the dogs jumping through their windows.
wow. Can you guys hear me chewing? Because I don't know how to mute, and I'm eating some nuts. Because all that food talk made me hungry. Can you
Tina,
hear
it
me?
says mute at the
No,
bottom.
you're fine, Tina. We don't hear you chewing.
Oh, there's the mute. It is at the bottom.
You know where the mute is. You mute yourself
Well,
out on when you talk to your kids all the time.
but on this white, it's very white on this StreamYard, and I'm used to just seeing mute and stop cam. Here it's mute, stop cam, settings, invite, and leave studio.
So are we allowed to talk about meds on your? So the cops. So let me just quickly about the 8. We're at the cops. So this case was never. So these were all druggy sex workers, and they slow one by one died within a year.
Within 4 years.
Within 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
But we think that the cops were involved because.
So did the town.
Why? Why'd they think that?
You explain it, sweet.
Because it just didn't sound right. Like the things that happened and the way they happened and what law enforcement's doing about it, what they're saying about it, it was just too fishy. And so
God, that's really
everyone
scary.
down there believes
so
that.
after the 8 women, did anybody else die after that, or was it just sort of faded away?
Yeah, that was it.
The story just died out. These 8 women were killed, and then that was that.
There's a huge billboard, and it came up on my story, and I was like, why is it called the Jeff Davis 8? And then it turns out that's the parish. And then there was another article, Jennings 8. And they're all fairly young. Many of them had children, 4 or 5 children maybe, so little kids.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? All of these were mothers of little kids?
Well, one was 17, and was she a mother? I can't remember now.
Oh my God, these were drug addict sex worker mothers?
Mm-hmm.
Were the kids being taken care of?
Yeah, I mean,
were there any fathers involved? Are these single mothers?
I only read a little thing and then showed a 6-minute video of 5 and 11. The 11-minute, the mothers, right? Some of the parents talked about their kids and all that, but it wasn't a real, like, the dad isn't in the picture or is. It was nothing really like that,
Yeah. What just oh God, I have this awful thought. If there were kids, were they after those kids? I don't know. Then what happens to the kids? Do they have to go into CPS and then have to deal with the secret trafficking ring, or
No, nothing really like that. It was, the first one was in 2004. I think the parents, took over taking care of some of the kids. One woman had a 1-year-old baby.
Oh, wow. That's really
sad.
But
I read Sweet Misery on the, and I know you can't believe everything you see and everything you hear, but it literally, I remember reading the, them saying that they were snitches. The word snitch was in there, snitches for the cops. Maybe not every single one, but most of them.
Really? So what does that mean?
Yeah.
So what does that mean? What are they?
Kind of a motive for them to disappear if they were afraid of. There was a lot of like selling of drugs and this kind of thing going on.
So Tina, do you think that all 8 of them would have witnessed something? that they would have to do that? Because that would be a
That
lot.
is so scary. That is
Well,
terrifying.
I don't know if they all witnessed, but remember, a lot, they all hung out. All 8 of them hung out together at a certain bar
Really?
and had drinks. Yeah, so they all knew each other. That's what they said. They said a couple of them were family related, right? And then they also said a few of them were friends. Another couple of them lived with each other. So maybe if one witnessed something, right?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And the cops found out that she told
Oh my
her whatever, then we got to get rid of her too. I don't know.
This is
Like, I mean, this story is so new.
oh my God, that's so
Mhm.
scary. Not to bring up Summer Wells, but it does seem similar. All these people dying, you know what I mean? That it's like, what if the girls were planning something? What if the girl, they must have all known something, or the guy was a serial killer, or somebody was a serial killer, and the cops were just keeping it secret. You know, if police are involved, if there's always there's good and bad cops. It's always that way, you know, good cop, bad cop. I mean, that's the way it's always been. There's always dirty cops, and if nobody says anything or they all protect each other, I mean, you can't count on them to solve the crime if they're involved in any way. You're basically screwed, you know. So that's why I feel like in America we should all participate. I honestly think that all the people in the world, the ones who are interested in true crime or the ones who do like to solve crimes, should be able to. Why should it be only a certain group of police that may or may not be fully trained? I know there's police in my town that are 21 years old. How much did you girls know at 21? Think about it. You know,
not much.
I mean, you know enough to about you can run around the block with you know enough about life. You can drive a car, get a job, be on your own. But I mean, right? You don't really know how experienced could an investigator you really be at 21 years old? How good a shot are you really compared to years of experience, right? So for us to put all this responsibility on a small group of police officers when a missing person or a crime has been committed, I think we should all be involved. I'm against this leave everybody out and let them do their job type thing, because I think that they need help.
They do. I agree
we
with
should
you.
help. We should all help. They should want our help. You know,
this is the reason why I think Pennsylvania didn't get help whenever Cavalcante broke out of jail, because they wanted to be able to say they did it on their own because it was their, their city, their county or whatever.
Oh, stupid.
And they didn't want anybody else to come out because they just kept on and on saying, we know where he is, blah, blah,
just
blah.
Seems very staged to me about all that. I can't help it. That's my opinion. I mean, you know, to have an interesting panel, you have to have different opinions, right? But I really felt like the whole thing, there was something so staged looking about that story with that Cavalcante guy. The way that starting with the first video of him climbing up the wall, this perfect shot of him climbing up the wall, like as if, how did this camera perfectly catch him, but nobody saw him for so many hours that he got that far away? It's fake, or that's the worst prison in the world, you know?
Well, there was an inmate who previously, only a couple of months before this, broke out of the same jail the same way. They thought they might have fixed it by putting the barbed wire on the fence at the top, but apparently they didn't, because Cavalcante got over it. But that was
maybe when they quote unquote fixed it, they actually gave him a little spot where he'd hurt himself the least. We just don't know. There's plots within schemes within plots. Sometimes there's bigger things. You know, if they wanted that prisoner to escape as a distraction story, you know, they have distraction stories so that everybody's looking over here while they do something over there. That's how it works. It's so easy. You get everybody focused on one big story, and you can, while everybody's back is turned, you can do whatever you want, steal whatever we want, take whatever you want. We don't know. There's very intelligent people in the world conniving and plotting.
Just a minute, Rose. One person in chat said they couldn't hear me chewing at all. Obama Kids is saying eating, crunching is so rude and annoying.
The only thing that you can hear is when you first put it in. When you first put it in your mouth and bite down, that's the crunch you can hear. Once you chew it, you don't hear the chewing. So yeah.
I thought that was so funny.
And I haven't eaten yet, so I'm nibbling on this.
It's not bothering me, but I'm half deaf. I don't know. Yeah, I saw where somebody said, I can't hear you chewing. The next sentence was, I can hear you chewing. I just thought that was so funny. All I can hear is the hamster going, says Maria. That's funny too. All I can hear is the hamster going mad.
And I thought maybe she was serious and he was getting ruckusy and I just didn't notice it, but he's really quiet.
Where you got a hamster?
I can't hear you.
I don't. I have a guinea pig. Maybe she meant to say guinea pig.
Oh.
Well, half the cat cannot hear her crunching, and then a couple of people can hear her crunching. It's good to eat all you want. It doesn't bother me, but how do you feel about it, Stone Gator?
As long as I don't hear you, I'm fine. But if I hear you, trust you will know if I hear you eating.
So can you hear her? But can you hear her?
No, I just heard the initial crunch when she bit down the first time.
I'm on mute now.
But other than that, that was the only thing that doesn't aggravate me. It's when you actually chew and saliva and all that shit.
Headphones out, guys. If you just listen, that's probably the headphones probably make it more intense. The sound is more intense. But you do hear the crunching and munching, says Stars Above.
Got them earbuds and them beats, huh?
Crunch,
beats
crunch,
by Dre.
Munch, munch, munch. Roll on Friday. College back. Halloween. Girls 7th. My eldest is coming with grandbabies for a few days. Oh, wow. That's nice. I have to go through this whole big deep thing when I see my grandson and then don't see him, It's emotional too. I cried when I left. I couldn't help it. I don't, and there's other things too, but I went rambling on. I think I told you some things that was upsetting me, but
do you see him every couple of months?
I'm trying to see him every month because he's only 3 hours away. So I'm trying to, but that's a long way. It's not like I can go walk down the street. So I'm going to try to see him every month. And it's my Airbnbs have been so friggin' busy. I can barely find time. I could barely get down there because my damn Airbnbs are just so back to back. And I wanted to get down there sooner, and I should have had more time. But I couldn't get down there. And then my car, and then I kept getting delayed, and it was just, and then I had less time with him. Then I had to come back because I had another cleaning on Saturdays. I had to leave, and I had to leave early, and I was worried sick. My car wasn't going to make it. The whole time I was praying. I didn't dare turn it off and stop because I thought I wouldn't be able to get it started again. And I'd be stranded. God knows where, and it was like, if this car stops and doesn't start again, it has to be at my house. So I have to make sure I make it home,
So is it working yet, your car?
So I haven't started it since I pulled into the driveway. Yesterday I stayed home the whole day. And today I also stayed home the whole entire day. And I have to leave tomorrow. I absolutely have to go to the other place because I have a guest and I have to check and make sure if the heaters, everything's working. Because you never know. Like if a guest arrives and suddenly your electricity blew out, you have to deal with that. You can't just go take a nap. It's like, oh my God, I have to call, So I haven't been up there for a few days. So I have to see if everything's okay. I got to make sure the water's running. Got to make sure the heat's working. We lost power for 4 hours here in the morning. I was trying to do a live. Every single time I try to do a live, I lose Wi-Fi or something goes wrong. So we lost power for 4 hours, and my tenant, I couldn't even communicate with her because I couldn't get online to see her account so I could see her phone number so I could text her and say, hey, I'm working on the power. And it was 1,000 people were out of power for 4 hours.
Wow.
For no apparent reason. They finally fixed it. They sent me this message. Oh, the power's going to come back by 11. It was 11:43 when they sent me that message. Then about 10 minutes later, they sent me another message. Oh, the power's coming back at 12:30. But the first time I called, they said it was coming back at noon. And then it finally came back around. It was probably 12:30, 1 o'clock. And my guest had taken off for the day. So hopefully she found a place that had power. I don't know what she did. But by the time she got back, it was going again. But you just never know.
I want to respond to this StreamYard etiquette. The thing is, on the 27th, I will have been doing this for a month. And I put out a video every single day except one Sunday, I think I missed. And I've never eaten on my panel yet. And I thought being up here with a few people, some little nuts might be okay since I haven't eaten all day. No, I just want to explain this. I would never be up here with you guys or even one person or 6 or 9 and be mowing down on like a sandwich, because some people don't even have any food. You know what I mean? And that's just not me. I've raised my kids too to not even eat in front of people. So I'll show it now, but I was nibbling on some Tex-Mex. So I even kept that over here and was trying to be discreet about it because, I do know better, but I had no clue that people could hear me. And so,
I couldn't. Sorry.
Well, some can, like Maria says, I can't hear anything. This person says this.
If I would have heard you, trust me, I would have told you. And I wasn't looking at chat. I didn't realize that you guys were able to hear her. If I were, then I would have said something. I'm sorry, guys.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not, I'm just simply sharing that I was trying to be discreet, and I don't agree with eating, nibbling on a few nuts when for my time it's 11 at night and I haven't eaten yet. The second show I'm doing today, my daughter made my son, we buy these chimichangas. You can buy frozen burritos, but they're kind of hard. Chimichangas are softer, and then add the cheese and everything. And, normally I make dinner, but right after live earlier, I was going to make dinner, but then Jimmy went live, and I've carried the iPad out there and listened while I cook and stuff, but I needed a little bit of a break. But yeah, so I absolutely just won't and cannot talk about after that Mark Kilroy story coming up. And I know I'm kind of opening a can of worms by even bringing his name up, but I just want to say this, that satanic stuff is real. Jimmy thinks it's real. Lots of people know it's real.
It's real.
It's so horrific. I don't even want to talk about those.
I know. Actually, one of your shows traumatized me. I was like,
which one?
The one about the and I was sort of half listening, but when you got into the part about ANALRAPE, repeatedly to some guy, we were all just grossing out in the chat, and I was like,
who? Wait, the Grimes sisters?
I don't, and when you said that name, Kilroy, I actually my brain does not connect that name with a story. So I can't keep track of all that. I'm terrible with
What
names.
did you just spell? Spell that again?
I just didn't want to say it out loud because
I know. So spell it. A what?
There was this one guy who got repeatedly RAPE'd in the ASS. Okay. That was part
I thought
of
you
the
said
story.
something else. Yeah, that's the Mark
remember
Kilroy.
that?
Mm-hmm, that's the Mark Kilroy.
So yeah,
as soon as I read that, I mean, I was just like, no.
I was just like, I'm afraid to go over to her. Part of me was like, if I go over to Tina's, I might hear something really horrible that will, when I saw the movie Jaws as a kid, I never stopped thinking a shark was going to bite my foot off when I stepped out of bed. I was so,
even a lake or something.
Or that movie Seven. I was traumatized by that movie Seven. I don't know if you saw it. Don't see it. If you haven't seen it, do not see it. But this stupid babysitter was going to have my 9-year-old son watch it, and I was going to fire her forever from my life for that. I was like, "Are you serious?" She loves that movie. It's a very sick, horrible movie. You do not want your kids to watch that movie. Do not watch that movie. You know how there's some things you wish you'd never seen. Well, you said it in your video. You said that you wish you hadn't seen it. I remember you said, you said trigger warning. And you said, I kind of wish I hadn't seen this, so I'm afraid to show you guys. I think you said that. And I was like, if she wishes she hadn't seen it, maybe I shouldn't go ahead and see that. Maybe I should take that as a warning. Like, I'm so sensitive in certain ways that.
Well, the movie Halloween, I wish I never saw.
Really?
I was 16 and it traumatized me. I can't handle horror.
Even The Shining had
oh yeah, I didn't like that either. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw Stephen King talking about The Shining and what he thought about that movie compared to what he wrote. And
really?
Yeah, it was interesting. You should try to find it.
Is he still alive?
I think so. You know what they said? It was that he sold his soul to the devil to become a famous, brilliant writer. And I was like, I always hear about Hollywood movie stars selling.
Or does he just enjoy?
But I don't know. Anyway, he does It with the clown. That traumatizes me. I cannot deal with that movie. It. Did you see that movie? It's the scariest.
I've never heard of it even.
Oh my God. It's got this terrifying clown and this red balloon in this small town terrorizing the kids. It is absolutely the scariest thing. You would hate it, Tina. Do you like clowns? I'm sure you don't like clowns, Tina, right? You probably.
I don't mind clowns. I mean, because I've never.
Really?
But when I saw those clowns running out, and people are just driving down the street.
Oh, by the way, Candace, I'm not to bring up.
Holy crap!
Candace is a jugaboo or part of the Juggaloos or Jugaboos. Juggalo. She's in that group. There's a connection with the Juggalos. Those are creepy clown guys. Anyway, so I just want to say what Stephen King said was that he thought that Stanley Kubrick did a very cold version of the story, whereas he thought that the characters had more warmth. And
discreet. Really, your mouth looks like a cow chewing. Leaving.
What? That's not true.
You're disgusting.
What? Wait.
Well, anybody that respects me as a person wouldn't even talk to me like that. So it's obviously someone that hasn't liked me for about a year.
When you go to a party, people are eating. They're eating in front of each other. Eating food is something humans share all the time. Think about it. You have dinner at the table with your family at night. We are eating together. You're chewing together in front of each other.
I'm just chewing a nut, though. It's
really
not
your mouth.
It's not like I'm even utensils
that's so
or
mean.
anything. It's so weird.
So mean.
No, I'm used to it. That's nothing. It's really nothing.
Oh, I've had way worse, but that's still mean. That's still mean.
No, that's all right.
But if you think about it, we do eat together as a culture. We go to have lunch together. We go out to dinner together. We watch each other eat. That's what we do.
We watch each other eat.
We do. We make breakfast. We feed
our
babies.
Well, and I had it on mute, but then I was trying to converse and talk.
Oh, you're fine, Tina. I'm glad you're eating. I'm glad you're having nuts. The oils are good for you. The protein is good for you. It's a nice.
Well, they're spicy. Snack. They're spicy ones.
I love nuts too. I
love
those
anything
are delicious.
Spicy.
I'm glad you're eating.
Favorite.
Now I know you're eating. It's like, well, now I know she's eating because the rest of the time we don't really know because you're so damn thin. It's like, huh? And
well,
you eat one meal a day.
A year ago, I was about 125, 127 tops.
That's very thin on me. If I was 125, I would be very thin. On you, you're like, that's your heavier weight. 125, I'm pretty damn thin and I'm happy and I don't need to get any thinner than that.
How tall are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I was 5'5". I'm lower than that. I'm shorter than that now since I had 3 kids. I'm not exactly sure, but I was 5 feet 5.5 inches.
I'm 5'5" now. I used to be 5'6".
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Well,
Because I got measured and she said you're 5'5", and I went. It was a few years ago. I went, what? No,
Wow.
I'm not.
Wow. It's really crazy when you get shorter and your feet get bigger. I
I
always
was
get
just wondering.
wide.
I don't know what I should weigh.
You're fine. You're fine
How
the way you
tall are
are.
you?
You should weigh
How
what you
tall are you?
weigh.
5,
You're
6 and a
little.
half,
And what do you weigh?
137.
You don't look like you weigh 137. You know, it's how
Look
you
like
That's
feel,
I
not,
but
that's 137 is not overweight at all. That's perfectly fine. It's a good weight. What's a healthy weight? It's
oh
nothing.
yeah.
You don't have to be skinny mini. Now we don't have to live in
Mm-mm.
Barbie land.
No,
I
it's
wanted
how
to
you
be able
feel,
to.
really. Like you don't want to get too thin, but it's how you feel. You know, I don't have to suck any kind of stomach in anymore, ever. It's just in. And it's nice because my pants fit right. And, you know, for me, I like this weight, but I
I'm
don't
sure
want to
I
get
love
any
being
thinner.
thin. I love being thin. Are you kidding me? I love it. But I'm not my thinnest right now at all. I'm more, but see,
Mm-hmm.
I had to learn how to get comfortable with having some extra weight and not beating myself up over it, like I used to be really
Mm-hmm.
neurotic about every little ounce, and I had to have the perfect body, or at least try to, because my
Mm-hmm.
dad's programming was so Spartan. It was like, you have to, you can't have any fat on you, you have to be muscular, you have to be strong, and all this, and if
Mm-hmm.
not, you're not good enough, and
Mm-hmm.
so there was a lot of pressure to be very in shape at best you possibly could, and he would test you, and so it was like, awful. So I that's what I had in my head all the time was, so now I'm okay. Well, I was really taking care of my mom, but I had to take the pressure off myself in some way. And I thought, how am I going to maintain my weight and not eat 3 meals a day when my mother requires 3 meals a day? She's used to 3 meals a day, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
needs her breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And she's a tall woman. She's a big woman. She's big bone, not fat or overweight, but she wasn't skinny.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't been able to carry her myself. I could probably
Mm-hmm.
carry you, but I couldn't carry her. And I'm really not designed to carry an adult anyway, but I could probably pull off. You can be really strong when you need to be, when you want to be. When you're a mother, you know how to pull out that incredible strength if you need it. But
Mm-hmm.
so I learned how to. I said I got to let go of something. There is no way I am going to be able to exercise as much, hauling my 100, 200 pound, 180 pound mom around with me. I'm not going to be able to get on my bike as much. She was terrified to have me leave. I can't. How am I going to avoid eating when I've got to make her food constantly all day long? I got to provide these meals and make sure she's got enough water, hydrated, and make sure she took her whatever supplements or meds or whatever. She was really more supplements, because my mother really didn't like medication, but she did have to take a bunch of things at different times, and I did have to give her medications I had to give her antibiotics for those UTI infections, constant.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to keep an eye on those. I had to make sure she showered. I had to make sure she brushed her teeth at least once a day. I couldn't do 3. I was like, oh my God. Do you know that in nursing homes, the nurses have the elderly brush their teeth after every meal? I mean, do you know how much work
Wow.
that is? When she went to that nursing home, and I was like, once a day I'm going to do it. And it was really hard to add another human being at my age to their personal care. Sometimes it's hard enough for me to get my own personal care done. It's like,
Yeah, there's been nights when, like, if I'm up till 5 in the morning or 4 even, and I'm ready to go to sleep, like last night, and then the kittens, I'm not kidding. They're not just playing and stopping. They're relentlessly playing and
wow.
biting each other and scratching. And
So
one of
they're
them's
making noise. They're noisy.
yeah, one of them's like
Oh
that. And I
God.
looked over, and
Oh my
then the
God.
night
Yeah.
before that, they come up on the edge of my bed. They're not the kind of kittens that are gonna like run up my legs and attack me, that kind of thing. You can tell
Mm-hmm.
those kind, because
Mm-hmm.
my ex had one of those. But they come up to the edge of my bed here, right? Because it's a mattress on the floor. And they sit there with their little faces and just look at me. And I look at them and I pet them a little bit, real light, you know. And then I start feeling tired and I turn my face the other way because, you know, I don't know if one's going to scamper across. Their claws are extremely sharp and they have little teeth now, but they're all over the place. And then that's kind of quiet. But then the mama kitty, right, who's only a year old, she starts playing with them and semi-rough. Like she'll go up and act like she's gonna kind of not bite one, but then she won't, but she'll take her big paw and hold it down and start cleaning its butt, you know, giving it a bath, whether it wants it or not. Like, I'm in charge, I'm the mom. Then when she's done, I'm really not kidding. She will run pell-mell up the cat tree, sit on the top, and then instantly run down. And then she's jumping over on that dresser I showed earlier. And then she's running back up the tree. Luckily, she only does it just a little while. Then she lays down, flops on her side, and they come over and nurse. But it's always about 5 a.m. And so it's really pretty funny. But the reason I'm not showing you guys right now, like your avatars, is I picked a subject because I thought it might be interesting, and it was in my Facebook. It's trigger warning: man scalps girlfriend, orders pit bull to attack her.
Oh, I saw that.
I'll
be back. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch something about that. Oh God, that's awful. That's awful. I don't know, Tina. I might have to go watch something less scary than that right now because it's too late. I know. That's what you say. I'm gonna be traumatized.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's Marine dismembers girlfriend. I know what I'll do. I'll go back to my.
I realize that I finally think I can't. I think I'm getting depressed.
No, I don't even really want to do this. You can talk about that,
honey. I'll probably just.
No, I'm not going to. What I'm going to do, I mean, you can do what you want, but what I'm going to do is go back to my stories that seem fictional and just do that. So that's what I'm going to do.
You should do a thing on Jack the Knife.
On what?
Jack the Knife. The famous killer in England, Jack the Knife. Since you like to do historical or like older stories, you know that guy.
You mean the Yorkshire Ripper? Because that one was in England. And in fact, Maggie gave me the story, but it's on this iPad, so I would have to look it up.
Yeah, I think you do a good job of telling that story, that scary story in England where that guy had the whole town terrorized. Jack. They called him Jack the Knife, but I don't know. I'm sure there was more than one.
I didn't know they called him Jack the Knife.
Well, maybe there's two different ones. Jack the Ripper. I was in a play where there was a song. Well, maybe I call him Jack the Knife. Okay, Jack the Ripper. Yeah.
I mean, not that it matters.
I would think that they called him Jack the Knife in this play that I was in. This girl sang this song about Jack the Knife. She called it, I don't know, she said Jack the Knife. I don't know, ask Maria. Did they ever call it Jack the Knife?
Is Maria there?
She's in the chat. And where is Sweet Misery? Is she still up here? Or did she jump down?
Let me look at the...
You're here, hon?
I can't be right back, but I'm back.
There you are.
Okay, there she is.
So what I'll do, because I want to finish this anyway. This is the real life, unsolved mysteries that sound fictional. And there might only be just a few more. I'm finding it pretty interesting.
Jack the Ripper was different. Sounds like it's probably the same guy. Mac the Knife.
Was Jack the Ripper in Boston or something?
I guess I'm getting it all screwed up. Mac the Knife. Oh my God, you're right. Is it Mac the Knife? Yeah. Thank you, lazy
Mac
boy.
the Knife.
Yeah, I'm getting it all screwed up. It's Mac the Knife. Jack the Ripper and Mac the Knife. I never heard of Jack the Knife. I screwed it up, guys. That's how bad my brain works.
That's okay. We're not going to talk about it anymore, but this is the Oh, good grief. I'm
Some people
telling
like-
you. This is the, how do I even get rid of this? Okay. These are the 8 women that
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
we were talking about
Right.
earlier.
Okay.
The killed in the bayou.
Jack the Ripper, London. Killed in the Bayou. Okay, so this was in
The 8 women. Yeah.
Louisiana.
Yeah.
Wasn't even in the bayou. Come
It
on
wasn't
now.
Peter
even.
Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe.
No.
I know, that's what they're saying. They're like bayou killings. Someone wrote a
know.
book called Murder in the Bayou.
Ugh.
It's right here.
See, they think they're Cajuns, but they're not. You don't get in the bayou
What is
until you
this thing
follow
with dismembering, though? Don't you find that weird?
Cajuns. Mm-hmm.
That everybody is getting dismembered all the time. They don't just kill you; they have to take you apart. I just think that's
It's
so weird.
disgusting.
And
They
it's
make
like
it
it's like a
seem so
trend.
easy. They
What is
make
that?
it seem like
Right.
it's so easy to cut somebody up.
It's so disgusting. I'm like, who is doing this? I feel like some weird demon is jumping into different bodies, making sure they do this. They go through this horrible act of cutting up a body into all these pieces and putting them in bags. And it's just so disgusting.
It is.
The
It
blood.
is.
Think of all the blood. Then they got to
Hopefully
clean up all
this
that
isn't a
blood.
dismembering one. This one's the Baroness of Ware. That's the name of it.
That sounds interesting.
I guess she's a baroness.
Okay.
So I'll read it and then we'll possibly discuss a little bit about it if you want to do that. This weird story begins in the 1930s when a German doctor named Friedrich Ritter moved to the Galapagos Islands with his lover.
Galapagos.
Is it Galapagos?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A few years later, the couple were joined by a German family called the Whitmers. And then not long after that, an Austrian named Eloise Wehrborn de Wagner Bosquet. Is the T silent in French?
How do you spell it?
Bosquet.
What's the context? That's a French word. Bosquet.
Yeah.
Bosquet. Let me look it up. Bosquet.
Well, you're looking it up. I'll keep reading. Showed up with her 2 lovers and a servant. She had 2 lovers? All right. And a servant, and all hell broke loose. It could be Eloise. But
In a French formal garden, a bosquet is a formal plantation of trees in a wide variety of forms, some open at the bottom and others not.
How is it pronounced, though? Because French, it might be Bosquet.
Right.
But again, I don't know French. So.
Yeah. Bosquet.
My daughter took French.
Mine did too.
In high school, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty hard.
It is.
Eloise called herself the Baroness. Oh, she wasn't really a baroness. She called herself the Baroness.
Oh.
Set up by a homestead and told everyone she was going to build a grand hotel. What, this woman right here? This young lady right here? And those are her 2 boyfriends? I don't know. I mean, I'll keep reading, but I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. She said she had 2 lovers. She called herself a baroness. We got 2 men and a woman there. All right, let me keep reading. The arrival of the baroness was pretty much exactly like when the Victorian house in your quiet neighborhood gets suddenly converted into a frat house. God. These people that write these stories. Eloise took over the neighborhood, anointed herself queen, literally, and didn't get along with anyone. Everyone started fighting. Someone shot someone else's donkey, and general pandemonium ensued. And then on March 27th, 1934, the Baroness and one of her 2 lovers disappeared. Remember, these are real stories, you guys, that sound like they'd be fictional. The Whitmers, true stories. The Whitmers said the Baroness had gone to Tahiti on a yacht, but the pair never made it to Tahiti. If there was ever a yacht at all, then the Baroness's other lover disappeared. He left with the Norwegian fishermen en route to San Cristobal Island. Their mummified bodies were found on Marcana Island several months later, miles off course from San Cristobal Island. So maybe that second lover did something to him. That's all the information that's here. So I don't know. I think I'll
That
just go
sound is breaking up. Is everybody having that, or just me?
Can you, Sweet Misery, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, it didn't break up for you?
I can hear everyone. My sound is breaking up for
Just
you.
for a second there.
Just mine?
Yeah, just for a second. It's fine
Oh,
now.
yeah, they had a little glitch thingy or whatever, but that was just a second.
Okay.
Sound is good. Okay. Matt have an awful
Hi,
time.
Mary Jane. Yeah, Matt was up earlier. Well, I mean,
Hey, you guys, can I ask y'all for prayers for my mom's boyfriend? See, he has cancer in the back of his tongue, like part of your throat, back of your tongue, back there.
Oh,
And
wow.
my
That's
mom had to bring him to the was bringing him to the ER tonight because he was coughing up blood clots. And
Oh, goodness.
when she got to his house, like he was too weak to even walk to her car, so she had to call the ambulance, and they're admitting him. So if y'all could say a prayer, please. She just got back and I just found out.
did
Let
you
us
say
pray.
they're incubating him? Did you say that?
No, not intubating him. No, they're admitting him.
Oh, okay. I missed the word. I said incubating. God,
When he was
intubating.
on the way to X-ray or something like that, he had passed out. So I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Prayers
Send him a
in
loving.
chat.
I wish
I'll
we had
put
Cat Lynn here
prayers.
to light a candle for him. Send him a loving prayer.
What's
Yeah,
his
send him
first name?
a healing, loving prayer.
What's his first name?
Gary.
Gary. Oh.
Safe, healthy Gary. So Gary, oh gosh, so he was diagnosed with cancer?
Yeah, in the back of your tongue, like all the way in the back by
That's
your throat.
horrible. Is it painful?
Yeah, I
That's
guess it's got a tumor
awful.
right there.
Oh no. So what's the
Gary.
treatment?
Huh?
What's the treatment?
Hi, Donna.
I think he has to do radiation and chemo, if I'm not mistaken.
And has he started yet?
No.
Hi,
Mm-mm.
Charlene. Hi.
He had to go get cleared by his doctor and everything for the ENT specialist because the ENT has to do that.
Mm. Oh
Wow.
man, that's a really tough spot too. Gosh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Poor guy, terrible. That must be
Gee.
very painful. I feel bad for him. These
Mhm.
cancers. Did he smoke?
No. Mm-mm.
Really?
He
He never
can't
smoked?
because he got asthma really, really bad. Like everything sets it off.
Mm. Gosh, everybody's been sick in my daughter's family and my grandson. I didn't really catch it, but I'm starting to feel it a little bit in my lungs. I'm like, oh God, I gotta fight this. I don't want to get sick. I mean, I've always got pain anyway without having to have a cold on top of it. But they're all living in the real world. I spend a lot of time by myself, so I'm not surrounded by all these germs, but they are. They get out, they do things. Baby goes to his cute little daycare. But Tina, did you see that thing about did you see that video about the postcard, the French babies on the postcards?
I haven't had a chance to. I looked at it, but it's how long is it? I haven't had a chance.
I mean, you
watch
get
the
the
whole
gist
thing.
of it within. You get the gist of it within the first. You don't have to watch the whole thing. It's just more shots of. I should send it to you too, Christy, because it's interesting. It's like how the French used to sell babies. They'd put these babies on these postcards in these artists and these
Wow.
really interesting, weird, and creepy settings.
Mhm.
And
They
then
advertise their babies for
they'd
sale on
say,
postcards.
yeah. And they'd say vendre and fond. Vendre is for sale in French. Vendre.
When was that?
Vendre.
I saw there's even like pictures of these postcards that she sent me, like back in the.
Who's that?
When was that? Team Rose, when was that? Back in the day, about what year?
I got to get it for you and give it to you. Victorian age. It was how the French did it during the Victorian age. It was really.
Okay.
I got to show it to you. I'll try to find the video.
While you're looking for it, I found a little more information on this baroness and her lovers, and one of them disappeared and one hopped on a boat and went somewhere else. It's called how do you pronounce it? Galapagos?
Oh my God.
Affair. In 2000.
The Galapagos Islands. The Galapagos Islands.
Okay. Yeah. The name of this little part I'm reading, it says the Galapagos Affair. In 2014, Dana Goldfein and Dan Geller released The Galapagos Affair, Satan Comes to Eden, a documentary film chronicling the incredible story of the first settlers. Oh, they were the first settlers that arrived to the Galapagos Islands in the 1930s. They came to Florena seeking a desert island paradise where they could live happily and sustainably off of the land. What they found instead was hardship, conflict, and a series of strange events that would end with tragic consequences. Incredibly, this tale of the Galapagos Affair is completely true and remains a mystery to this day. So Florena Island, the early settlers. Here's a picture of them.
Let's see here.
A couple of them anyway. The lady that called herself a baroness and probably one of her lovers. Has anyone in chat put a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard this story? Florena Island was a natural choice for the first Galapagos settlers, as it is one of the only islands with a potable, P-O-T-A-B-L-E, potable water supply.
Mm-hmm.
Over the centuries, pirates used Florena as a hideout, and whalers would restock with food here and even set their own Galapagos post office. So it was no great surprise when in the 1930s, the first permanent Galapagos settlers arrived here. So this is the German doctor Friedrich Ritter and his partner, Dori Strauch, came to the island seeking solace from life in Germany. The couple wanted to farm the land and live in peace while leaving the modern world behind. Although life was basic and hard, their Robinson Crusoe lifestyle on the island caught the attention of a research party whose pictures of Friedrich and Dor were published back in Europe. So, or Dore, it's D-O-R-E, might be Dory. This is these two. Oh, wait, you can barely, I know what I meant to do, is put this back on this. There we go. And now, because I'm reading anyway, there they are. That's him, that's her. Black and white photo, of course. The Whitmer family, soon after a new family joined them on the island, Heinz and Margaret Whitmer had heard about Florena Island and decided to move from Germany as well. Whilst the two couples were hardly friendly, they did share a healthy respect for one another and gave each other plenty of space. Life on Florena was strained but harmonious, but this would all change with the arrival of the next settlers. So these were the next settlers. I already showed this picture, but I'll show it again. Which, I believe she called herself Baroness, and those were her two lovers, but we'll keep reading to make sure. Yeah, it is. The Baroness and her lovers. The Galapagos Affair movie focuses on the mystery behind Austrian. Oh, she really was a baroness. Austrian Baroness Eloise Werborn de Wagner Bosquet and her two German lovers, Rudolf Lorenz and Robert Philipson. The Baroness came to the island to build a hotel and quickly disrupted the peace that had been forged between the two other couples. Okay, here's a picture of the Baroness from Germany. I know. Has anybody in chat ever heard of this?
Mm-mm.
I mean,
These old random stories are so funny. I like them. It's like old movies.
yeah,
They're
and
like old black and whites.
and there's some of stories that are more like 2009, and they're not all just older ones. The Galapagos Baroness was quite the character, openly wild and extroverted. She would greet passing ships in skimpy swimwear, together with pistol and whip. It was also considered rather scandalous at the time that she arrived with two lovers in tow. It certainly was not in fitting with the more conservative lives of the other Florena couples. Tensions began to rise soon after, when the German couple suspected that the Baroness was intercepting their missives, Missivs, intercepting their missives back to Europe, which were published in the papers. Letters? Is that another word for letters, you guys? Notes? As it said, which were published in the papers. These missives were very popular in the press at the time, showcasing the exotic life that they led on their own desert island. Maybe it's pictures. Another word for pictures? The versions that the Galapagos Baroness sent were rewritten to make her exploits the center of attention. Even worse, she openly declared herself as Empress of Florena Island. Not surprisingly, the original settlers were far from impressed by the overwhelming attitude of the new settler, and a rift soon formed between them. Around the same time, life was not entirely rosy in the Baroness's household. Lorenz was often mistreated by the Baroness and her other lover, Philipson, and would seek refuge with the Whitmer family. Rivalries and conflict were forming, and daily life on Florena Island had become increasingly unpleasant. But still, nobody could possibly have suspected what was to come next. Okay, here's a picture of her. She looks fairly comfortable. The mysterious disappearance of the Galapagos Affair. This is where the Galapagos Affair story takes a sinister and mysterious turn. On 27th March 1934, the Galapagos Baroness and her lover, Philipson, completely disappeared without trace. According to Margaret Whitmer, I'm wondering, I don't know yet. Okay, which one did they say was being mistreated? By her and the other guy? I have to look back. That was...
I just got back. I heard a noise. I literally thought somebody was in the house, and I grabbed my scissors and ran downstairs to look.
Oh my gosh.
I know. I was scared the hell out of me.
What did you hear? Like someone...
I heard tap, tap, tap. I heard...
Really? Like
Yeah.
on your door?
Like... Yeah. Maybe someone's in the house. Anyway,
I doubt it, but don't open your door.
I did. I locked it. It was locked, but I always feel afraid, as you know. So anybody can try to break into anything,
Oh, good grief.
Downstairs again and look. I don't see anybody. I turned all the lights on, grabbed my scissors.
Yeah. Are you there, sweet misery?
So I missed a little bit, but that's all right. I can catch up with it later. Is she there? Oh, did she jump down?
Did she?
I don't know. I don't hear her.
I'll
Look in the.
check. But I keep showing pictures and stuff. So.
Hi, Barbara. Sweet Misery. I'm down here. I got kicked off trying to share the live, but I'll stay in the chat so I can talk to my mom. Oh, right.
Well, thank you for coming up.
She says I have a ghost.
Someone said you have a ghost?
Yeah, Barbara Smith.
Okay, Lorenz said he was often mistreated by the Baroness. Lorenz was. So the other one is Philip. What's the name now? See, I forgot it already. It's right here. Robert Philipson, Rudolph Lorenz. Lorenz was mistreated by her and the other guy. And the ones that, okay, so right here. Philipson disappeared along with the Baroness without a trace. So maybe the one that was being mistreated all the time did something, but I don't want to accuse him. I mean, I don't know. According to Margaret Whitmer, the couple had set sail on a passing ship towards Tahiti. However, no such ship was ever recorded as having reached Galapagos shores. Dory Strauch's account is quite different, as she claims to have heard a long, unmistakable scream and then silence before the disappearance, and remembers no ships passing in the night. Dory Strauch was one of the lady there with her friend. To this day, no one knows of their fate, except that the Baroness's belongings were found in her residence, but no traces of them. Did the Baroness and Philipson leave on their own accord? Why did they never reach Tahiti? Could the tension with the other settlers have ended in tragic consequences? Did the Baroness' other lover have something to do with their mysterious disappearance? And here's another photo. And I'm not really sure who all of these people are. Is that the Baroness maybe in the white dress? Although she's looking not quite like the Baroness to me. Are you okay, Rose, still?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hanging out in the kitchen, heating up my coffee, listening.
Maybe it was like a branch going to on the side of the.
It could have been something, yeah, running on the roof. It could have been an
or the
animal.
wind. Like, is it windy?
Or the wind. It could be. I don't know. I don't.
Did it sound like a knock?
I mean, it was just like a little tap, 3 little taps in a row. It was really weird. And it could have been like the dryer or something, or maybe, but it just sounded like it was upstairs. I just immediately I had to go look because I was like, oh, what the hell? I mean, it just sounded too.
So you had to run upstairs to
No,
check?
I was in my bed and I heard it like it was in the hallway. So I ran out into the hall, turned on the light, grabbed the scissors, and started going downstairs, looking around.
Your door wasn't closed, was it?
No.
Okay, so it's no one knocking on your door.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about it then. Although I probably would, knowing you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I would, I mean, it was like, it was just it was a weird sound. It wasn't something that you could say, oh, that's the dryer, or that's the washing machine, or that's a branch necessarily, maybe, but.
Yeah.
It's just where it sounded, where it was coming from. So
Hi,
anyway,
Barbara Smith.
Does this woman get killed?
Everybody. Thank you, Sweet Misery, for coming up and sharing your story. Thank you
I don't
for
have
doing
any
that.
cats, Mary Jane.
Did I miss any other names?
Do you have any cats, Team Rose? No, but I was thinking about getting a Maine Coon if I do get another cat. I was thinking about
Who
getting
is it? My daughter. Hang on, you guys.
Can you guys still hear me? Yeah, I wanted to get a Maine Coon, but I wanted to get an adult cat that was already grown, already developed, you know, a big ass, beautiful, gorgeous, huggable Maine Coon. That's what I was thinking. Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. Thanks, hun. And so my daughter wanted me to get this cat that was an orange tabby cat that was near where she lived. That was supposedly a really sweet cat, really, really gentle, really good with kids and families and everything. But it was an indoor cat, and I like an outdoor cat. What do you mean no? What are you saying no to? Like, is it a joke? Like, ha, I can't hear you. So anyway, but I told her, I was like, I want a Maine Coon because I've never had a Maine Coon and I've always wanted one. And if I'm going to get one more cat in my life, I want it to be a Maine Coon. They live a long time. Do you know that Maine Coons don't get fully grown till they're 3 years old? I really want to talk to Mission. I can just tell he's looking for me right now. I'm going to get online for him. He says, I'm nothing. He's been feeling.
I heard it was 7 years.
Oh, 7 years? No.
7. Yeah, that's what I actually read on a veterinarian doctor cat page, not just some random.
Oh my God,
what I mean?
7 years.
I mean, they're not considered fully grown adult till they're 7 years.
Wow.
Maybe it's wrong.
I don't know. I heard. Well, I'll look. Whatever. It's all interesting. So these Maine Coons they do grow to they get big and they don't get their full size till later, whenever that is. And so what I imagine is that I'm going to end up inheriting somebody else's cat that's fully grown. Maybe somebody dies and they have this full grown like gentleman sir. That's like a sir cat. And so that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. And I see him in my head. It could be just all wrong, but these are Viking cats, and cats are a big part of Viking.
Hi, Deidre. I am keeping all the kittens.
So how many are you going to have, Tina?
Well, 7, but our oldest one, who was sickly when we found him and saved him, he has a xenogranuloma complex. He has where you get bumps. It's bumps on near the tail and whatnot. Oh. It's from eating rodents. Ugh. He was homeless because of his teeth. When we brought him to the vet, they said he was about 2 years old, and he was skin and bones. I mean, we named him String Bean. And then as he was eating and whatnot, his fur was growing in, and that's when we saw that he was a tux. We saved this cat's life. He just curled up in the dry grass over by the basketball hoop way across town. When my son lived with his dad, went to pick up my son's laundry, tied all the bags on the handlebars. It was insane, a big backpack. And there was this, now I didn't see the cat. A little girl at the Boys and Girls Club said, hey, when I was riding by, that cat is dying. It's exactly what she said. So instead of like, oh, really? Oh, and kept going, I got off my bike. She's like, oh, are you going to take it? And I said, I'm going to try. I couldn't believe I could walk up to it. I thought it would just run, but it let me pick it up.
Wow.
And then I'm walking down to my ex's little apartment back there, and I'd let because it was starting to get really freaked out, claws coming out. So I would touch its paws to the ground and then pick it back up, keep walking, do it again. Anyway, I made it in. Then I pedaled all the way home. Not all the way, but 10 blocks. Got the cat carrier, got the cat in there. We put the cat, my ex did, under a laundry basket and put a piece of wood on top. And I was just pedaling like crazy. Came back, had him ever since. but he's got the feline flu. He's got a xenogranuloma complex. For over or at least 8 years, or maybe more now, maybe 12. He's had to have steroid every third day and every other ear.
Oh my God.
In the beginning, it was a pill. I had to dip it in butter and rub his neck and have him take it, wrap him up in a towel. Yeah, I've really been through it with cats. And then they came up with this cream, and I was like, yeah, that'd be great. So it's like, it's cost me $30 every 2.5 months or something. And yeah, but I'm going to finish this story really quick. To add further to the mystery, the Baroness's other lover, Lorenz, left Galapagos very soon after. Trying to return back to Germany, he hopped aboard a small passing boat headed towards San Cristobal Island. Incredibly, neither he nor the Norwegian sailor, they never made it to their destination. Months later, their remains were found. So he jumped on a boat, and his remains were found along with the Norwegian sailor on Marcana Island, far off course from San Cristobal, where they had perished from dehydration.
Wow.
One final twist to the compelling Galapagos affair story is that Friedrich Ritter, that was the other guy, right, that was already there with his wife, also passed away very soon after from food poisoning. He had eaten chicken that had gone off. Although many, including Margaret Whitmer, suspected his wife, Dory Strauch, of deliberately poisoning him, Strauch returned to Germany soon afterward, writing about her exploits and later seeking treatment in a sanatorium. So this left Heinz and Margaret Whitmer as the sole survivors of the Galapagos affair. They stayed on the island, gave birth to children there, and eventually would open up a hotel that still exists on Florena to this day. Their direct descendants also operate yachts and tours at the island. So I'm feeling like this is her, because they said they had a family and all this. So, you know, it looks like she had a son. The other lady. This isn't the Baroness. This isn't the Baroness. This isn't Dory Strauch. This is the Whitmers. I know it's hard to keep it, but then it says, okay, right here. So the direct descendants also operate yachts and tours at the islands. So this is a photo, a little bit of a close-up of the Baroness, and the other guy is either Philipson or, what was the name? Not Roos. Now I can't remember. I can't remember. So what really happened on Florena Island? It has been suggested that the Baroness of Philipson may have been murdered by her other spurned and mistreated lover, Lorenz. So these are the last names, Lorenz and Philipson. I'm thinking then that the one next to her right there is not Lorenz. I'm thinking that's the Philipson. That's what I'm thinking. Whitmers helped to cover the story up. Or perhaps was Strauch herself involved in some way? Why was Lorenz discovered washed up on Marcana Island, so far from his planned destination? And why did Ritter die so soon afterward and under suspicious circumstances? Coincidences or something more sinister? In truth, we are unlikely ever to know, as Margaret Whitmer passed away in the year 2000 and was the last person who could feasibly have solved the incredible Galapagos affair mystery. With no Galapagos CSI to investigate, it seems that the Galapagos affair will remain an unsolved mystery. In conclusion, the Galapagos Islands boast a rich and interesting human history, but nothing compares to the unbelievable story of the Galapagos affair. Visitors to Florena Island today can still visit some of the important sites from the days of those early settlers. So take the time to watch the movie or read the book before you travel. Perhaps you can finally unravel this famous mystery. What happened to the Galapagos Baroness? And what really happened in the Galapagos affair when Satan came to Eden?
Wow.
Yeah, that's just the weirdest flippant story. Do you guys hear the kittens?
My older sister's family, her husband, 3 kids, and they took my mother to the Galapagos Islands.
Really?
Yeah, on
That's
this big
cool.
Yeah, on this big cruise trip to the Galapagos Islands. Or was it?
What?
Yeah, and then her husband's mother was very wealthy, and she had this thing about the Galapagos Islands. Oh wow.
Hi, Luna.
It's pretty interesting.
Hi,
They live
Madonna.
there.
It's what is it? Is it Greek? No. What? I probably read where it was. Where is it?
Wait, what happened to you?
Have a great night, Team Rose and Tina. Thank you, Chicken Snake.
Yeah, he's got interesting info.
Thanks for coming over. Thank you. Hit the like, you guys. Subscribe if you'd like to. Ooh, I've had 2 of these sodas, and now my stomach is like.
What kind? You had Coca-Cola or Pepsi?
No, just the generic lemon lime.
Oh, Dumpling gave you the link. That's nice. Is Dumpling still live? She was live as well.
Gave who a link? Oh,
Madonna subbed up to Luna.
Oh,
Luna's
nice.
been doing live. Did you see how beautiful Luna's hair looked tonight? Because I always see Luna with her hair up in a ponytail or under her hat or whatever. And it was like this cascading down, and she has this long, thick, incredible hair. I was like,
Is
wow.
she doing okay? I didn't
She
see
looked great.
her for 3 or 4 days, and so I messaged her.
Wasn't she up there with you tonight? I thought she was up there with you tonight, looking amazing.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't want you to talk about her health issues here, but it's like she got back to me in Messenger and said that she was okay or tired or something. Yeah.
How you doing, Luna? Looks like you're doing great. I mean, she looks like she's doing great. She looked beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
She looked healthy. Her hair looked great. I don't know. I thought she was up there with you guys tonight. Did I imagine that?
She did. No, she was.
Okay.
She was in the middle-ish part, I think.
Mm-hmm. That was a good panel at Jimmy's. That was fun. Good show. It wasn't too many people, you know. It was.
Thank you. Yeah, we were all being funny. We're all telling each other one at a time. Then Regina, one at a time.
You know,
Then I said it one at a time, man. I mean, we're all just friends.
Yeah. Because Jimmy hasn't done a panel in a while. It seems like.
I sure didn't expect one tonight with him being sick. You know.
I know.
Totally not.
Right. He wanted to talk about summer. And then earlier he wanted to talk about that other case. Every now and then Jimmy, he doesn't always want to talk about summer. Every now and then he does, you know. And then then Benny Keys got up there, which really surprised me.
Oh, that was just bizarre.
That was, you know.
I never thought I'd be on a panel with him at the same time.
Right?
Never.
You were on a panel with Benny Keys. What do you think about that, Tina?
It's very weird because when I would be sitting on my couch and the first time I saw Dolly Vision, because it came up, you know, I'm not typing in Dolly Vision, you know, and Ernie Shell and Benny and Jimmy were all up there. And then all of a sudden, Benny and Ernie are fighting, and I'm laughing my ass off. I'm just like, this is funny.
And Ernie was in the chat. Ernie was in the chat tonight. Did you see that?
No, he was?
Well, if it was the real him, Lightning Tiger.
Oh my God.
Maybe it wasn't the real him. I don't. Yeah. It was like the gang's all here. It was almost like that for like 10 minutes. So I had you guys on speed. I had you on 1.5 because I was trying to get through it because I was late. And I wanted,
Oh,
I
I
wanted
do
to
it on 2%, and everyone sounds like chipmunks, but that's how
yeah,
I have to
that's
do it.
really fast.
So Ernie was in chat
Yeah,
because
I
it was
think so. Well,
Regina that
could have been
said,
it
"You're
could
in
have been a
love.
fraud.
You're in love with Ernie."
I'm not in love
She
with
said,
Ernie.
"You're in love with Ernie." That was Regina. And thank God all I said was, "I beg to differ."
Oh, somebody said you were in love with Ernie, and you said I beg to differ.
Regina. Wasn't that Regina?
Oh, I didn't see. I was happened so fast. Now, how long was Benny up there? What did he? I had him on speed.
5 minutes.
So what did he say? Why did he jump up and why did he jump down?
Oh, he came up because he's like respectfully, or however he worded it, "Please, Dolly, don't do this," or something. And then,
Really?
yeah.
Don't do what?
Well, talk about
Rap?
the allegations of him, of
Stalking?
Ernie talking about him and his little baby brother. I'll just say that.
Oh
we
God, that was
just
that
he
scared
looks like
the
a little
fuck out of me.
raccoon.
He's really
Okay, he
cute.
looks like a little
He's so
raccoon.
cute. Oh, is that your favorite one or is that another one?
No, I mean, I love them all. Don't get me wrong.
I know,
and I never
I know.
have favorites of anything, but Little Tulip is just.
No, yeah, one of yours is really, really pretty, really, really pretty markings. So I could see that too.
Well, in the darker one, his eyes are still really blue.
So wait. Let's just go back to
although
that
maybe
story. So the story was that when Rap was 10 years
Oh, his
old,
eyes are greenish blue.
they're really pretty. When
Oh,
Rap
I don't
was 10
want to
years
talk
old,
about it.
Oh, you
I don't
don't?
want to.
Okay.
No, I don't want to, because I want to just.
You want to respect Benny. You don't want Benny to be upset with you. Is that it?
No, I don't.
Are you afraid of Benny giving you shit if you talk about his little nephew Rap?
A little bit.
And his evil little deeds? Okay.
A little bit.
Okay.
Tulip.
He's gonna come after you. PCT, looking ass. I'm gonna give you shit. I'm gonna come after you. Rah, rah, rah.
I wonder if he's even really heard of me. Like, I mean, he probably has because of Dolly Vision, but
I'm sure he has. Come on.
Oh God.
And you were up there on panels, and for five, he was like, "No, you don't talk about this, Dolly." So what happened? Did Dolly keep talking about it, or did he stop talking about it?
No, he stopped. He said, he said why? What did he say? He said, he said, "I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one, Benny."
Unbelievable.
Not elaborate.
So who's calling the shots? Who's calling the shots?
What's this Tina is? Oh, wow. Can't wait to see it now. First time you went up on panel, Parker Kit. The very first time I went on panel. Yeah, it wasn't uncensored. That's for sure. It was just regular panel. And no, I don't. I'm trying to think when the very, very first time was, and I just can't remember. But it was more than likely it was earlier, I think, like 6 my time, 9 o'clock his. He didn't, I think.
So he said, "Don't do this about Rap. Don't talk about Rap."
Yeah.
And because wow, doesn't that
what
just
is that?
prove?
They will be fighting over you soon. Fighting with each other.
What?
Not with each other. I don't know what Luna means by that. I think
What did
everyone.
she say?
They will be fighting over you soon, but it might not be me. Maybe she's talking to someone in Messenger.
Fighting over you, or
Yes, coffee is on now. Good night, Paper Cut and everyone. Good night, LJ. She's probably already in bed because I'm.
It just goes to show you how close they all really are and how they're all such a little club and how they all work together. I thought it was interesting what Jimmy said about Cher.
Yeah. Didn't he call her a witch and everything? I don't want to talk about her either.
I thought it was funny the way Ann Horn called Leilani.
What'd she do?
She called her, oh shit, I can't think of it. It was hilarious. Does anybody remember what she called her?
You're laughing because you remember laughing, but you can't. Lie loony. Lazy boy said it's lie loony.
No, it wasn't like loony. Oh, no, that is so funny.
I think it
perfect.
was. No, I think she's right.
I wrote it in the chat.
Lie loony.
I remember when I heard it, I repeated it in the chat because I thought it was so funny. I thought it was long something. I read it, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is classic! This is classic Anne." And the way she twisted it, it was. Is that what she said? It was lie loony.
Lie loony.
Liar loony. Oh shit! It was funny.
Regina's a trip. She's funny. She says just a few words and then kind of laughs.
Yeah, I didn't really hear her say anything. Is she Southern?
Liar loony. Pink fan says it's liar loony.
It was. I gotta go back and look. I feel like.
Oh, you're so funny.
It was hilarious. Are
you sure? Wait, how long was Ernie in chat?
So I said hi to him. He did not say hi back, but I said hi to Dumpling, and she didn't say hi that I saw. So I was like, huh. That's weird.
Maybe it wasn't him then.
It might not have been. It might not have been.
It could have been Benny Keys coming in under that avatar.
When I did my very first live, Ernie was in there the whole friggin' time as the real Ernie, and I thought it was fake.
Rock 54.
I thought it was a fake Ernie the entire time, and I totally missed that whole opportunity.
Was it his Was it his lightning tiger avatar?
And other people were saying hi to him, and I should have checked his.
Anyone can get that avatar, and
I know.
You know what? No way. If it was Ernie, he would have wanted to come up and share what he was doing and saying, and at least why.
And then all these people were saying in the chat they were saying he was running from the law. And then Jimmy totally dissed him and said he said he loves him, but he thinks he's batshit crazy.
Yeah, and I said no. I mean, Jimmy and I never agree on the Ernie thing, but I really followed him like you did, and when you see someone out there literally driving cars and talking to a person that's been locked up in a camper with locks outside, like out on a desert area. And it was a while back. Remember, I think he was in his black Charger car zooming down the hill, and none of that was fake. She was crying and clutching onto her aunt and her.
But remember when that woman
in the front seat saying, "See, we knew Ernie could get you out of that situation."
Yeah. I believed all of that.
Yeah, but now could he embellish a little bit now and then?
Well, remember when that woman Lisa, the nose, said that he made that whole thing up about finding those Odin type stage settings in the woods, and she later said, I heard this, I didn't hear it, that he made all that up.
No, she was there. I saw her there going through these buildings.
She later said that he staged all that and they pretended to find it. Did you ever see that?
No, and he didn't. I don't think he stumbled upon it because they had to drive out there and then walk into the woods. And she was genuinely kind of sketched out, and mosquitoes were starting to come and stuff.
I felt bad for her because she was out there in the dark with this wild man who's going way ahead of her. And she's not, she wasn't getting the gentlemanly treatment that she would have normally expected.
Yeah,
in a way.
But she's funny because she likes her wine, and I don't know how much she had to be able to relax.
And she liked her smokes. She liked her cigarettes.
Yeah. But I mean, I thought it was funny that she'd have some wine. I don't know if she drank it in the car.
Why did you think it was funny? Oh, she had her wine every night. Oh, he made fun of her a little bit for that. He teased her a little bit about that.
Yeah, she might have liked him a little bit. I don't know, but he treated her more like a sister. But those buildings they went into,
those were creepy.
Those were beyond sadistic.
She didn't like that.
No. I mean, we're talking graffiti all over inside and the outside. And there weren't even just 1, 2, or even 3. Weren't there like 6?
Yeah. There was a whole city of freaky, weird, abandoned, old, whatever those camp or soldier dugout thingies were. It was a whole little mini city of those. Yeah, very creepy.
Well, remember all the water down in the basement? He literally, Ernie, I don't know if he's just not afraid because he's got his camera. Well, he's not afraid anyway. I couldn't do it. He's walking down these steps. He wants to go down into the basement, and you can't even get down there because it's flooded up with rainwater, and that wasn't staged.
Yeah, remember he was going on all these adventures?
Oh, God. Those were the best episode series, or what, not series. You know, I heard, you know, I want to be careful of what I'm saying, but I don't think he's running from the law. If he is running at all, I'm not saying he's scared or frightened. I don't know if anything scares Ernie Shell, but people are after him.
It's not the law. It's the mafias.
Always have been.
It's the who's after him are the traffickers.
Well, yeah, but everybody.
That's everyone's afraid of them.
No, I mean, everybody's after him. He can't have a girlfriend. And then when he does for a while, that fizzles
they destroy
out.
him. They're trying to kill him. They're trying to get rid of him. They want to terrorize him. I saw a text where Rapp wrote, we're going to drive him till he kills himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, we know their agenda.
Right. And he actually said, I mean, he wouldn't. But he said, what did he say? He didn't, I don't want to say anything wrong. Did he say once, I thought about it? I don't know. Like he said something.
Well, I mean, everybody, you know, when he was younger, he went through, when his father, they had a fight. The father kicked him out of the house or something like that. And he was sleeping under that bridge that night. And he was,
he's been homeless. He's been,
you know,
he's been through stuff. People think he just lived on some farm in Kentucky and had everything given him. He also was electrocuted.
They weren't rich. They were poor.
Yeah.
His father was a weirdo, crazy MK Ultra Nazi-minded guy, something crazy.
Oh,
he tortured his father
was really crazy. His father dragged that one man that did something to someone and made Ernie see it or see the body or hear about it or
Ernie was traumatized his whole childhood. I mean, his father did so many crazy things. Then he says his mother was traumatized, damaged by the CIA.
His father would get him wet, chat. I mean, the story, he's not reading it, and would electrocute him with the cattle, whatever's. And he didn't do it. He didn't think he was being like mean or sadistic. He said he was doing it to make him a man, to make it at a young age so he could be a
he was also trafficked
man.
When he was 7 months old. He was allegedly, he said he was stolen and trafficked.
Yeah.
And then they got him back.
He was in Atlanta or something in the underground thing. You know, there's a reason that he's
yeah. I mean, I believe all that.
Yeah, I do too. And it's his life is so out there.
The police told him. They said, it's not just the traffickers who are trying to shut him up and stop him. It's the police too, because the police told him themselves. They said, stop talking about Summer and we'll stop harassing you. Stop going and looking into this case. He was literally threatened by the cops to shut up about Summer and to stop going there. That's why he gave it up. And he wasn't going to give it up. And you say he's not afraid of anything, but remember when they got him and they took him to that place? And then his phone went off and they took him to that, it was one of the last places he went. And it was after this other place he got. And I was scared shitless for him because he was up against 9 cops. He's a whole bunch of cops took him to this place. And he was saying, that's not a hospital. That's not a hospital. Or that's not it was some weirdo place. And I
thought it was a mental hospital.
No, we don't know what it was. And he did not want to go in there. They dragged him.
I
They
remember
dragged
that
him to
day.
that weird place that wasn't a normal place, and it was like one of their buildings or something. And he said, "I don't want to go there," and he was really upset.
I remember that though, but I remember someone coming in with a hurt leg through the double doors. It was a hospital, Rose.
No,
it was.
No, not the one I'm talking about.
Oh,
not the one I'm talking about. It was not a hospital. We're talking about a different one. And he was really, really upset and really, really scared. And he was very different after that.
Yeah.
And I think they beat the fuck out of him, and they probably raped him too.
I don't know, but I remember
he was helpless in there against those cops. He had no one. And these were big guys, big white guys.
Yeah, and his brother, who really did murder someone, who's already done 10 years and will be in there longer, wants him picked up and arrested for something.
That's another thing.
And put in the same jail where he's at.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh
shit.
Well, really? Ernie said it. Ernie said he was in there. That was the one where people bonded him out. And he literally got choked up and was in the front seat of the car going, he couldn't believe it.
That's the other thing. His
2.5 days time.
His brother's after him, whatever gang, whoever his brother, everyone is after
Shelby Shell. For people that want to look it up in the.
I'm afraid of Shelby Shell. I don't even want to say his name.
I just thought of it. I probably shouldn't have said his name.
I know. That's another thing. That's another reason.
And his brother, like, they look a little bit alike. He was a nice, I thought anyway, good-looking man. Not that matters. I mean, not that you don't have to be ugly to be a killer, but I'm just saying he looks so normal, and he is like bad news.
Really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad. He wanted to skin his sister's baby and hang her from a tree.
Oh God. He also stuck the gun out. We better be careful what we say.
I know.
And shot at a woman with her child.
Yeah.
And that's when Ernie distracted him and grabbed the wheel and floored it. And then that made a sheriff follow them. You guys, this was a while back. I'd say 15.
That was the first kid Ernie saved.
Oh, you're right. He said that. That's
when
so
they say,
weird.
we
You're
never saved a
watching
kid,
when
I'm like, that he saved that kid. He saved that kid and that kid's mother. That was the first kid he saved that I could see. But he knew his brother was bad before that. That was just what made him realize he had to turn him in.
Yeah, well, he knew, but he was afraid of his brother too.
I know.
And also put a gun to his head and threatened him. And
that day he did. That day his brother put a gun to his head. But before that, they knew that his brother would do anything for anyone, include steal, rob, whatever he was told to do, he would do. They were both MK Ultra. They both experienced torture and mind control. The brother had it more than Ernie. I feel like Ernie was able to.
Where did you hear that, Shelby? I didn't.
I heard that. Well, did you see that interview with the sister?
Yeah,
either Amanda
or whatever her Angela.
Sister.
Yeah. The name is Angela, but
or
not
Amanda?
Really.
Is it Amanda?
I think it's Angela.
Angela? I don't know. Anyway, I don't think it's Angela, but there's his sister.
Amber? It starts with an A.
A, yeah, for sure. So anyway, there's an interview with her. When you get into the interviews with the family, you get a bigger picture. They adored Shelby. He could do no wrong. They didn't care. Ernie's whole thing was his family is crazy and evil, and they all support each other being evil. And he's the only not evil one. So if you know what I mean, that's the picture. Now, when you listen to them talk, you realize, oh yeah, they're all kind of crazy because they believe it's okay to do these horrible things. They don't care as long as you're family. They love you. It's like, you know what I'm saying? And the brother was really used and abused as well. And he was used to do the bidding of the bad
Amber,
uncle.
there it is. Sweet Misery said it's Amber.
Amber?
And said Amy.
He just didn't go to court. Katrina and Xander lost their bail money.
And then that whole thing with what's his face that used to be friends with him, and they even let Ernie stay in the house, and now they're like Jimbo.
Oh,
They're
Jimbo.
complete enemies. I don't know where that took a left turn.
I know.
They used to be so close. It's so strange.
So weird.
I mean, it's so strange.
I
Like,
also
don't
heard
even
though,
ask.
but wait a
I don't
minute.
even ask what's going on. It's too
All right.
weird.
Well, here's one thing I heard a long time ago from Ernie,
Hi, Rhonda.
and that is that their fight was staged on purpose because Jimbo was supposed to find out who his enemies really were. So if you pretend you're the enemy, then you team up with the other enemies as like an implant to find out.
Wow, really?
Yeah, yeah. That's
I
what Ernie said a long
almost
time
believe
ago.
it.
Because when I first met Ernie and I was first in the chat and I was like having a great time in there, Jimbo jumps into the chat and I don't know if I said something to him or he said something to me, but he was a very antagonistic. So I was like, what's your problem?
Towards you?
Towards me. Yeah. And I was like, what the hell? And I was used to a lot of people, but this was a whole new guy that didn't seem to be associated with the goat people or any of them. You know what I mean? It was like, I'm like, why are you being a little bitch? You know? And he was like giving me shit. And I was like, I am on the side of Ernie here, you know? So so my first experience with him was kind of hostile. Then later, when they became best friends, I even had Jimbo on my panel. I was like,
wow.
And that's when Ernie was like, yeah, I asked him to fight with me. It was staged. And I was like, what? Because I thought Jimbo was the big enemy from the get-go. Then all of a sudden they become best friends and they've known each other for 20 years and all this shit. I'm like,
yeah.
What the fuck? And then they're back to fighting.
And to believe it, because I didn't know if it was true, there were pictures of Jimbo when he was younger doing the predator hunting stuff. You know, that's the thing. It's not even just stories. There's actual pictures. It's obviously them when they're younger. There's videos. You know, Ernie has everything.
Were they best friends
everything.
or were they enemies? Or were they best friends that are pretending to be enemies? Or are they really enemies now? Or is it all staged? That's the question.
I don't know. Now I don't know. But the fight has been going on for months and months. And
I know.
And accusing him of the pill.
Look at all the money they make. Yeah, but they make a lot of money from fighting. If you and I staged a fight, we'd probably make a lot of money. If you and I pretended to be enemies and like fought as a thing.
Can you imagine?
Because it's crazy. But yeah, look, Jimmy said it. He said they fake fight. I'm watching you on my one screen. I'm way behind. It's funny. I got you on two screens. I got you on StreamYard where I'm with time.
See, Sweet Misery said Ernie Shell made a video doxing Jimbo's whole property.
So what? Everybody knows where Jimbo lives. Like anybody friggin' cares. Who cares?
No, he does know. He does know.
Everybody knows where Jimbo lives. He's a friggin' coach in town. It's a small town. They all know where each other lives. You know what I'm saying? Now,
that's the other thing. He's a real coach in town, but Ernie was literally saying he's a pedophile. He's this and that. I mean, if it's all faking it, it had to have affected his job, too. It had to have. And then, you know what was really weird is the falling out he had with Predator Hunter Nation and with...
that was real. That wasn't staged.
Right.
That was real.
Xander. Is it Xander?
Xander.
Xander's the one that drove miles and miles and got him out of jail. And
the problem with Ernie is he turns on you when he's done with you. He'll just walk away.
Well, I don't think it's on purpose. I think what happens is some weird shit happens. Like someone says something.
No, he just walked away from Tina and Xander. He just walked away.
Well, but he heard they were bad-mouthing him behind his back. They were saying that he was using them. Yeah. Yeah. I heard him say it out of his own mouth. They used me and
what?
Do
you think that's true?
That he used him? No, I think, we're looking at what?
Or no, that they used him. They helped him. They saved him. They saved his ass.
They were all friends and out to help children. And to this day, that Predator Hunter Nation has a family with him and all that, you know, and she went through it. I'm not going to say the details, but she
Oh
went
my
through
God, that
when
poor
she
woman.
was a little girl.
She,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Tina
really?
Simmerly, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
she,
he tried to part ways with him though, amicably. I remember that. No, I wish you the best, and my time is over there, and blah blah blah. But then they kept doing videos
because he owed them money, and they felt that he owed them. Well, because I mean,
how much money
first
and what
of
the
all,
heck for?
he just because I think that it seemed like the way he left, he's one of those people, he doesn't like to say goodbye. I get it, because I'm kind of like that too. It can be hard to say goodbye.
No, he said goodbye. He said, I want to be on my own and run my own business. And they didn't like that. They didn't want him to leave. They were hurt by it. Well, it's been 10, 15 years later. He wanted a change. Yeah. I mean,
he wasn't with them for 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. At least 10.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we're talking about, that's crazy. I guess
he said it. He's the one that said it out of his mouth. I know it was
we should get Tina Simmerly up here and talk about it.
Yeah, well, I think it was 10, actually, 10 whole years he was with Predator Hunter Nation. But then they started out, you know, on TikTok and got millions and millions of hits. When they would go and meet people in these parking lots where this like man was going to meet a child, and then they would they'd approach him looking all not gangster, but what's the word? Darn it, I don't know. I can't think of the word.
mean, Ernie was up against Benny Keys, who has apparently a lot of ins with all kinds of. I mean, I think he was up against a lot of people who were just trying to destroy his credibility and destroy his ability to get a job. And I don't, you know.
Yeah, and you wouldn't believe how many people believe that he stole that van. And
oh my God, that was the most ridiculous. He would never steal a van.
He wouldn't steal anything. And the thing is, he was set up. He thought it was a job of delivering something. And it was. There was furniture in the back, right?
Yeah, he was delivering something. The whole thing was.
Why did he get pulled over? Were the cops in on it? I don't remember.
Remember how he would be having these episodes? Remember he'd have these like trauma episodes?
Yeah. And that was a lot of people have post-traumatic syndrome. He had
BK is protected by the CIA. That's my opinion.
He had chronic. So he had not PSTD, right? Post-traumatic stress disorder. He had PTSD, which I had never heard of. He was diagnosed with that at the mental hospital.
Oh yeah, he's had that for a long time.
Even if Jimmy and other people out there really followed him the way you and I did,
my God, she talks to Jimbo privately every day, says Sweet Misery.
Who they do
really?
Now? Who does? Benny Keys? What? Oh.
No, Christy, Sweet Misery's Don't Gator, just wrote in the chat, I talk to Jimbo privately every day. So what's the story?
I wouldn't.
She probably likes him instead of Ernie. Remember how Jimbo and Ernie were both friends and everybody was friends and supportive of both. And then they had this fight and everybody had to pick sides and it was awful. And we were everybody was upset about it because all of a sudden they had to decide which side they were on when they'd always been a big fan of Ernie. And now they had to choose. And then people were going against Ernie because there was all these people against Ernie. And then, you know what I mean? Remember that whole thing?
Yeah,
that's when it became overwhelming for everybody. People were just like, I can't stand this anymore. All this
remember when Jimbo started his what was it called? The name of his channel. And it was all about Shelby Shell and all this. And he was literally trying to make Ernie Shell look like, no, it's not the brother. It could be you that, right? Remember? That killed that mayor in that little town. And they didn't just kill him. I mean,
It's
He
a
was
real fight, said Stone
tortured,
Gator.
and it was bad. This mayor ended up
Yeah, he
being,
did steal the
he
bad.
was
He had
gay.
meth. See, I don't believe that.
Mhm.
Oh my God, Stone Gator's against Ernie. Ah. Oh no, she says he's on meth. I don't believe he's on meth.
No,
She
no,
said
he's
he stole
never
the van and
done drugs.
and
He's
graffiti
the
the
only
inside. That's
one,
bullshit.
Sweet Misery, that didn't
I don't
do
believe
all
it.
that drinking and didn't do drugs. And
I do
he
you. So Tina, do you think he did? He's on meth, or he's ever done meth?
absolutely not. Because what's
Me
his
too.
track record? His track record is leaving Kentucky at what, the age of 18, and getting into security. And then after security, it was being a correctional officer. He showed the actual building. He has pictures of him in his outfit. I mean, you can't, and it's him. It's him with his face is a little bit rounder and fuller, but it's Ernie Shell. I mean, there's no denying it. And then after that, I think he became the bounty hunter person. And
Rose is right about Ernie, and even Jimbo says Rhonda, but Stone Gator says the exact opposite. See, if you're really close, this is
and it's
cornbread
okay.
mafia.
It's totally fine to have
He has a
differing
positive
opinions.
test result. What are you talking about? Wait.
No, that's I know what she's talking about.
God,
That's what
such
everyone's
bullshit.
trying to say.
That makes me so mad because Lisa lived with the guy. Lisa lived with him for weeks, and she never saw meth ever.
No, he's on the straight and narrow and has always wanted to do good. And honestly, he has. Now, what he feels guilty for doing pretty much is pursuing all these things and not being able to be around his son, right? And then it got to the point when he was a little boy. And then it got to the point where the mother got pissed off about everything and kept the son from him. And then but now his son, what's his son's? Well, we don't want to say, but his son, I think, is 18 now, maybe 19. And did you see the video? Because it looks just like him too. And he's in a brand new car, learning how to shift and whatnot, but it's just sitting in a parking lot. Did you see that one? That's his son.
That's his son. I didn't see it. What's he look like? Does he look like Ernie?
Oh yeah. He's very, very tall now. And thin. And he's like, no, you push it forward and you put your foot down and you this and that. And
when did you see this video?
It was one of the later ones that I saw before Ernie just like went off the air, so to speak,
Poor Ernie.
And
it sucks.
And then people were saying that he was making T-shirts and not selling them. No, some people did get them, but he didn't have enough. He was just all over the place, right? With all these ideas.
His girlfriend tried to help him pull that off with the T-shirts. She did do a lot.
She did get some sent out and everything.
Yeah,
that MAGA woman really loved him. But I knew, because of the way he was, I knew they weren't going to stay together forever. Like you probably knew it too.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, because he's so country and he's always on the go.
Yeah.
And she's working there on the East Coast.
She's a New York chick. She's totally no, it's right. It's not that's an awkward match. In a way, Southerners and Northerners kind of almost have to stick together. Not always, but in a way they understand each other on certain deeper levels that you just can't fake.
Well, the Warrants, Sweet Misery, is saying this. He went off when the Warrants, but he also knows that if he goes, because first of all, both Rose and I feel he was set up, and there's people talking and admitting he was set up, and Benny Keys might have been one of them, along with Nicolina, along with all these people. And if he got set up, right, why should he be convicted? I'm not saying you should skip your court date, and I'm actually really shocked. I was shocked he did. But because that makes everything worse for me.
I wasn't totally shocked because it was I think he thought that it was possible that he might be incarcerated, and he just wasn't going to do that.
Exactly. Yeah.
He couldn't
Yeah.
take the chance, and if he didn't show up, then he couldn't be incarcerated.
Yeah, it takes one
The
crooked
guy has such bad
prosecutor,
luck.
DA,
Yeah.
judge, anyone to
You know,
just
there
be
he is, all those
friends,
cops, and he could
get
easily
paid off by someone. He's already
Exactly.
been through all this. I don't blame him for being on the run if he is. Maybe he's not. Remember in the beginning, when he was doing his Mexican videos and whatnot, you know, and showed part of the wall, people were saying he was driving the wrong direction for him to be on the Mexican side. Did you see that one?
No.
Yeah, the wall that Trump had built,
yeah,
I mean,
right.
part way down.
Mm-hmm.
People are trying to say that it looked like he was on the American side, not the Mexican side. But when I saw him walking down dirt roads, the trees looked Spanish and whatever.
I never saw any of that. I never
Yeah.
saw. Wow.
Yeah, that was on his new channel, and I can't. What was the name
was he
of that
in the chat
one?
last night? I wonder if it was him. I guess it wasn't him, but who else would go in as Lightning Tiger at this point? I don't know. Maybe it was him. I don't know.
It could have been, you know, maybe Benny Keys was trying to be kind of funny. I mean,
the fact that Benny was there watching, Ernie could have
remember
easily been watching.
when Rap would have his shows? I watched his shows now and then because Nicolina pretended to be his mother and all this weird stuff. And he had a young son, and I thought, gee, maybe he's an okay guy. But then I heard more and more and more. I saw, because he would film his, or they would show the side of his computer or his laptop thing.
Mm-hmm.
He was at least 30 different, what is it called? Avatars?
Who did?
Accounts.
Who
Rap?
had
Rap
had 30 accounts?
Oh, maybe more.
Oh,
just
probably
one
more.
after
I'm sure
another. Women's names, men's names.
Yeah. He made accounts in the names of my children, my mother. He tried to accuse me.
What?
Yeah.
See, that's just weird
Really
to have that many different accounts.
Oh, that's totally the way he trolls. That's part of the way he trolls.
I know, but
most of the bad accounts
I didn't even know anything like that. I could
remember
see
when
maybe
Ernie
2 or 3,
mad
but
at Tina? No, remember when Ernie got mad at Tina for deleting or for blocking 900 accounts? Well, they were all Rap. You know, like half of those were all the trolls making multiple accounts. That's what they do. They make account after an account after account. That's all they do, and come in again and again and again. You block them, they make another one. They make another one. They just keep doing it, and they come in because they think it's funny, and it's a stupid activity. Think it's very childish if you think about it.
Well, you'd think YouTube would be able to do something about that. Like you can't have any more than. I mean, if people want to change their avatar,
also,
I don't know. Can't have any more than 2 different ones a year.
Okay.
Something.
Well, there's lots of ways around. There's people who know how to hack, know all kinds of tricks to get around.
Oh my God! Look at this. Rap porn bombed me. I don't want to be porn bombed on my show.
Don't let him up.
So
Don't let him up.
No, I won't.
Do
you know who porn bombed Prayer Garden? And I was watching from.
Who?
Yeah, I wasn't in chat ever. Jimbo. And I'll tell you what.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the first time, this was a year and a half or something ago. The first time he came up and was talking away on panel, he was yes, ma'am, and all sweet. And she liked him and thought he was funny and just nice. The second time he came up, see, she trusted his face, right? And I didn't see it, of course. She did. But she was like, that's the ugliest pecker I've ever seen. You know how she talked. Well, you hate her, but
I don't like her.
I just can't even talk about her. I used to think, boy, she's a real loyal Summers, because she would do all these pictures and paintings of Summer with Jesus and all this. But I saw an old Facebook account of hers. I'm not gonna say what I saw.
Give us a hint. A hint, Tina. You gotta bring, if you're gonna bring it up.
The teeniest hint is sex. I'm not saying she was doing it. That's all.
Maybe she's a sex. Well, she's probably a prostitute. That's probably
not like that. No, she wasn't doing anything. It was words. Not even about sex necessarily.
Well,
it was
know
just
how she talks.
It was so, I know, but it was
I know you
so
think she's
far
rude.
from
I know.
the
I've heard you
religious,
talk about it. I've heard you
yeah,
say
the
it.
religious persona or whatever it is that she
Really?
puts out there. Oh gosh, I was just like, wow. And it was her. It was her name. It showed her she was a little younger. I mean, maybe she's changed.
What does she look like?
I'm trying to remember. She has kind of a pointy nose. She's very thin.
Is she older, or she sounds older?
Yeah, I mean, she's quite the smoker of cigarettes, which makes her voice more kind of like you can hear her light up, like the click of the whatever every 15 minutes through her 4, sometimes 5-hour lives, at least back then. And so, but she would have a regular sidekick, Miss Wisconsin up there, who really adored her, and they would really laugh. And then she had, they had this guy come up. He was in a wheelchair and he had cats, and I think he was a painter. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, but she would let him come up now and then. But boy, if you didn't agree with her on one little thing, I mean, this is what I saw. I never called in or was in chat. I thought you had to pay money to even be in chat, or I probably would have been. And if you disagreed with anything she said, she would raise and raise and raise and raise and raise her voice, and click, you're off. You're just gone. You're blocked, probably. You're like, you're not even timed out. You're blocked. And what I
didn't she change? Okay, go ahead.
Well, the memes, remember, did you ever, she made mean memes. It showed Ernie Shell in a bathtub, his face on a fake whatever with his boots up like this, and it made it look like he was a drinker and a philanderer, and she liked him. Like he asked her to dinner and to kind of go dancing just like as a friend.
Really?
And she said, yeah. And she said, well, no, but thanks, or whatever she said. It was after that he went down and visited or tried to get the truth out of Candace. I'm telling you, this is what I saw. See, I can remember stuff from way back. It's my short-term memory that sucks. And she really acted jealous. Like, she acted jealous. She was like, oh, what's he doing down there with Candace? Well, I suppose it's not just getting information. And she was implying stuff. She totally turned against him. And thankfully, I'm glad he stopped going up on her panel. He tried to, yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know.
He used to go up on her panel.
Oh yeah, Ernie went up on her panel once. He was in a hot tub.
What?
Yep.
He was in a hot tub on her
bare
panel?
chest, and he had lights he was showing with the purple, red, and yellow, and she's like, oh, Ernie, and all the women are giggling, and he's just relishing in it, like, yeah.
Oh my God. Was there a girl in the background?
No, he was alone in this bathtub. Oh, and he was drinking a beer.
Really?
Yeah,
in his bathtub or in the hot tub?
I think it was a Coors Light, because I kind of like to.
Wait a minute. Was it a bathtub or a hot tub?
No, it was a hot tub. It was a hot tub.
You said bathtub the second time.
Oh no, I said hot tub the first time though.
Right, you said hot tub, then you said bathtub. So then I was like, wait a minute, which one is it? Because they're so different. That's a totally different vibe. So whose hot tub was it?
I don't know. I just don't know. But he did not have a shirt on. He was in the hot tub. He had some kind of hat on. You know, he didn't like taking his hat off. It was probably.
Was it the cowboy hat? Was it the kangaroo hat? The crocodile hat?
I think it was. I think.
So he was looking pretty good back then if he had his shirt off.
But it could have been a different hat. Yeah, and he knew it. And he would like say things like, yeah.
So they were friends back then?
Kind of, like for quite a few months, because she was all giggly when he said, I could buy you some. I probably shouldn't be saying all this stuff. I mean, maybe he was just acting friendly on the show, but he was like, yeah, I could twirl you around. And she all giggled and said, no. And she kept talking about her kids, and I kind of almost felt sorry for him. I mean, I have OCD. I'm a nitpicking kind of whatever. But she said this on her live, and then I'm going to shut up about Prayer Garden. She said that she brings in, when they would go to restaurants to eat anywhere, she brought the utensils. She brought the plastic little forks and spoons and whatnot because she felt they weren't clean. She also, there was more though. There were more really intense OCD things, because I remember listening to her going, man, that's pretty obsessive compulsive disorder. I mean, not that it's a bad thing. I mean, my son has it. Some have intrusive thoughts, some the germs. I think the other one was that they never use public bathrooms, no matter what. And she said her daughter, how old was she? She was in school, never said the name, never said the age, but it sounded like teenager age. But then people were saying she doesn't even have any kids. I mean, I don't know, And then once she slipped and said she was in, they were talking about Ohio and some holiday was coming up. I think it was the 4th of July. And she said Columbus. Well, I'm in Columbus, and she blurted it out. So then I'm going, she doesn't live down south. She's from Ohio. I'm thinking this, right? But then, because I was trying to catch things and figure out, like, is she close to the wells? Is she in Kentucky with that southern drawl? But now there's part of me believing possibly she's like a cousin or something.
Oh my! You think she's related to the Wells?
I think maybe yes.
So what was your take on all those?
Well, remember how flirty she was with him?
Who? With Don?
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's why people thought she was in love with him.
Right.
Did you think so too?
Well, I thought so, but then I don't know. Like, everything is so.
Wait a minute. This was back when she thought that the Wells.
This was 2 years ago.
Were true victims. And they were on the Wells. Were you on the
Well,
Wells?
not the Wells, only Dawn. She despised Candace from the day on. Candace did it. Candace beat her. Nothing about neglect. She probably hit her too hard and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, so she thought Candace hit her too hard? Is that the story that she was putting out?
Well, now I don't know how she feels, but
that's back then.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years in the beginning, I mean, she just came up on my thing, and she's so loud, it's so intense, and will just be swearing F 1 minute and then saying, okay, you can go to church and do that. I mean, it was so off the
Maybe
wall.
She's bipolar. So did you think that, where were your thoughts when you would watch her back in the beginning? Where were you?
Yeah, I was like addicted to her. I watched her every night. Her streams were usually 3 hours.
Were you sort of addicted in a weird, sick way, like addicted to this weird woman who was like so crazy?
No, it was the Summer Wells. I thought if anyone could crack the case in some way, it would be her.
Yeah,
and her show.
Well, you do get a lot of information
come up
from her.
And what?
You do get a lot of information from her show. That's when you wade through all those hours of data. There will be stuff that's that's the reason to watch her. But it can take a while. But you got to wade through all that cackling and the swearing. And I swear too, that's not what it is.
She's the one that brought up the Foot Fables stuff. I had never heard of that.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's called Feet Fables, and there might be a movie or book or a show. I can't remember all the details, but this Mullins guy is connected to it under a different name. And what it is it's these darn shoes. I saw pictures of.
Oh, shit.
You buy them from Italy, anywhere. It has the size and the colors, and it has the names of missing kids on them. Well, that sounds all fine and dandy, but apparently there's some mansion somewhere with woods. I'm not kidding. Like, it's
creepy. Tell us.
And these people or these kids are abducted and brought up to these mansions, and then
and they play Hunger Games and make them hunt them in the woods or something.
Yeah, but not so. If you have the same shoe or
Oh,
whatever
wow.
shoe you buy that matches theirs, then you go after and find that kid, and you can do whatever you want with them.
Oh, Jesus. God almighty. Holy hell.
And I heard about all that on her
Wow.
show, and I was just sick by it. And I brought it up on Jimmy's once, and I think he was kind of like, yeah, that might not be. But when you see the pages and the pages and the
Oh my God, that reminds me of, that makes me think of that. Instantly, I thought of the French postcards and those babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know,
So,
I saw pictures of there was a picture of a little blonde boy. I don't know where he was taken from, but he's being sold and passed around in Italy all over. And then
where'd you hear that? What is that connection to? You heard that on Prayer Garden, or what do you mean?
Yeah.
So why is Prayer Garden so against the idea that they sold their child when she knows all about it?
I don't think, honestly, like, I know you think she might be involved and blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. I think she's just trying to protect Don in some way.
Why?
Because she's either related to him or in love with him. He would come up on her panel and go, you asked me to do this, and you knew you wanted to meet me, and even though I had a wife, or you didn't care, and he would just bash her, and then he'd be calling her names, and she'd be like, no, Don, no, that didn't happen. And you almost, like, for me anyway, I was believing some of what Don was saying, because it was all in the beginning. There was no ulterior motive, right?
But with who?
Well, this was before they started doing their YouTube shows, Don Wells and Candace, right? This was before that. And they thought they were coming up to get some help. And he kind of was, because she was siding with him. But Candace was constantly thrown under the bus and called names. And ugly.
And how did Don deal with that? How did he deal with his wife being treated like that?
Oh, he just let it happen over and over again. I'm not sure, he might have giggled a little bit here and there. He never once stuck up.
Oh, Tina, somebody says that Sweet Misery wants you to take her comment off the screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. God, I didn't do that on purpose. Sorry about that.
It's easy to forget those things. I just read that comment. I was just checking the chat. I was reading the chat.
And then there was this weird guy, you guys, that would come up, and they would call him, her and Miss Wisconsin would call him Mr. Handy Wave or something. And he would come up, and he looked like he was undressed. I mean, you couldn't see the camera, but down to here, his whole chest was bare. He had this weird face look, kind of like this, and maybe a hat. He was in his bedroom. He looked like he was in his 20s. And every time she would pull him up, she'd be afraid he was going to porn bomb her, right? But she'd be, let's pull him up really quick. And they would toy with him and play with him. And every time she'd pull him up, he'd be doing this.
So who is Prayer Garden?
Like, you know how weird that is? This kind of weird look, like it was spooky. And then some guy. And they kept letting him come up. I don't know who on earth it was to this day. They were convinced.
Look, I never thought Prayer Garden was in on this. But the fact that it was this one, and then somebody came in and was saying, no, she's more aligned with you than you think. She thinks more like you than you realize, because I just snapped and lost it. I just lost it. Because I'm so sick and tired of people acting like trafficking isn't real and it isn't part of this, or that it isn't, and that, oh no, they don't want you. That's what I couldn't stand. They don't want
let me interrupt you really quick because it's on my mind. I think she's in denial. Not that Summer's dead, okay, passed away. Not that. But that it could be that. Like, what? She's in denial that she
about
would be.
What? Wait, does she think Summer's alive or deceased?
No, she thinks she's gone. I'm pretty sure, because she'd make her paintings and all these of that Summer's.
Why does she? Let me ask you this: does she ever?
Summer's up with Jesus in the air,
what?
Like with angels and Jesus. Yeah, she would make
crazy
pictures. Well, they were pretty beautiful and quite nice, and then all the holidays, like Valentine's Day, she would have pictures of Valentines from like the 30s and 40s and whatnot.
If you think they're related,
with Summer Wells. on a few of them. She would, like, a meme is
Yeah, but what
done,
does
or
she say
however.
with her words? What does she say with her words besides making her look like she's in angel hands or whatever? You're saying that she thinks she's dead because she's putting her in
Oh,
these beautiful.
she would play, what's that song? Cows in the buttermilk.
No, what does she say verbally out loud as to what she thinks happened to Summer? Does she think does she think Summer is one, is she one of these people
2
that
years ago, she never really even thought she was alive.
really?
Yeah,
She thought
yeah,
Candace killed her.
yeah, she felt, yeah.
And she thought and then what did she
today, I don't know what she thinks.
who does she think what's really shocks me is that people think that her accidentally killing Summer, it's as if they think that's not as bad or something. Can you imagine having to hide the body of your own child? To me, that is 10,000 times more traumatizing and more evil than the kid getting stolen by somebody. For you to know your daughter's dead, lie about it.
We're talking about Prayer Garden's Feelings. She's a creator on YouTube. We're all mad here.
So let me ask
in
you this.
relation to the Summer Wells.
So what does Prayer Garden think Candace did with the body? And does she think that Dawn had nothing to do with hiding the body?
She thinks she's buried somewhere. Where, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, maybe not anymore.
By Candace? By Candace alone? By Candace alone?
I stopped watching her when I just couldn't take it, where these guests would come up and she'd be talking to them okay in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then she's just blasting them. And then,
Mm-hmm.
oh, you're out of here. Click. And then she'd
Mm-hmm.
giggle about it. And it was like, these are human
Mm-hmm.
beings. I just stopped cold turkey.
What was her relationship with Benny at the beginning?
Oh, the only thing I know about that is I don't believe knew each other at all. I don't
Mm-hmm.
believe they knew each other at all from anywhere. Who? Benny Keys and her. And
Mm-hmm.
he came up and he was sharing his life a little bit. And she knew because he would say, I used to do drugs or whatever he would say.
Mm-hmm.
And she felt sorry for him. And she was like, well, God can make your life better and this and that. Well, she kept doing the Summer Wells, kept digging, and he turned on her.
Oh, really?
He might have even sat on the toilet in the back, in the background, in backstage.
Mm-hmm.
She said he was on the toilet once, and he did that to, did he do it on Jimmy's show once? Oh, he definitely did it on Ernie's.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah. More than once, he'd be wiping his ass or whatever, and Ernie would be like, okay, no, I'm not bringing you up, and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
But so she tried. She kept giving Benny Keys the benefit of the doubt. And then finally, after 3 or 4 months, because he would try to porn bomb her and sabotage her show in any way he could. And he's a character. He makes me nervous. I don't even think he makes me so nervous that being up on panel with him, unless he directly asked me something, I don't even think I could think of a question or know how to approach him.
Mm-hmm. I used to be afraid of him too. And I was like, when Ernie put me and him up on panel together, I was really, really upset because I felt like Ernie didn't have any respect or sensitivity for my feelings about this guy, which he knew I was afraid of. And he knew that I believe from Benny's own mouth. That he wanted me, he was assigned to off me and get the money, which Benny said himself. And so he knew I was really terrorized by this guy, and I was trying to be involved without getting attacked by that group, and I ended up getting attacked. But him putting me up there made me question what Ernie was about, because I was like, wait a minute.
His integrity, like, towards
and what he was really, what he was really about. Was he really Why would he do that? Knowing if he knew, did he care? Like, well, I don't know. I thought there was
Maybe he did, and he was trying
he was looking for
to,
content. No, he wanted.
well, or
No, he wanted.
inadvertently thinking he would be helping you, see how you would handle it, how strong you are, how maybe, I don't know, he kind of changed,
That's
didn't he, a
very
little
good. That's
bit in the last 2
honestly for
years?
him to. Okay, well, it's none of his fucking business how strong. It's like what? That's not up to him to. He should have discussed it with me anyway. He did it. Also, I think he did it because Benny wanted to talk to me. Because when I instantly jumped down, I was like, no way am I engaging with this guy and these people. No. And I only wanted to engage with Ernie. When Ernie brought Benny up there and forced me to I was like, bam, gone. I was gone. And then Benny was like, oh, you do this every time, Team Rose. You always jump down when I try to come up and talk to you. You always leave. And I was like, I do. There's an always with you and I. Like there's some history there. Like what are you talking about? I've never engaged with you before in my life. And then all of a sudden I went, oh, did they plan this? Because they know each other. You know what I mean? Like I'm confused. Also, Ernie said that Benny is the one who brought Ernie into this case. It was Benny.
No. I saw footage of the Predator Hunter Nation. Okay, this is before when Ernie was trying to help the Summer. He was asked to help with the Summer Wells thing. They were filming something for their Predator Hunter Nation, and they were by some racetrack. And Ernie's smart. He's been a bounty hunter. He's a skip tracer. He knows things, and he can wield a knife. I saw the newspaper clipping. He literally, a woman was holding her baby, and the guy was coming at her and the baby with a big knife, and the cops were standing there, didn't know what the heck to do. I think this was in New York City, and he jumped in. He didn't kick the knife out of the man's hand. He grabbed it. He knew how to do it. Like you pull like this and up or something. You don't go like this, or I don't know. Like he knows what to do. And he was in the paper. I saw the newspaper article. It said Ernie Shell stepped in when no one else could, blah, blah, blah.
About this one event at this thing, but what does that have to do with Summer?
Oh, okay. So he's down there, and then he's told about it he hears about it by who initially, I really don't know.
Benny.
No.
I'm telling you, Ernie said it himself. I got brought in initially by Benny. That's what he said.
He said it himself?
He said it himself. That's why I'm repeating it, because Ernie said it. And then when I tried to bring it up again, you said, I don't know by who. Well, maybe it was Benny. They were all involved. The whole thing's a big ongoing long-term setup for getting kids. That's how you gotta get kids. If you're going to be in the trafficking world, you got to get kids. How do you get them?
Ernie isn't a trafficker.
I know, but
you've got to be careful when you say, I know, but you've got to.
I didn't say Ernie was a trafficker.
No, but you said get them all, and get him. He's involved.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying those other people. I'm just telling you that Benny invited Ernie into it, whether he thought he was going to be. Then Ernie did not. Then Ernie refused to sign the non-disclosure agreement. Maybe Benny thought Ernie was going to be part of them and signed that non-disclosure agreement as part of them, but Ernie said, no, I'm not signing that. So then Ernie sets himself apart and becomes
think that Benny underestimated Ernie Shell.
Yeah,
right?
I think Benny thought
he was a bounty hunter and would be part of
I thought he would draw him in. They thought he would, okay, somebody mentioned Ziggy. And that they like watching Ziggy, and that Ziggy sent them over to Prayer Garden a few weeks ago, and that she did not like watching Prayer Garden.
Right, I saw that.
Right,
yeah,
Lulu said that, right? Okay, now weirdly, do you ever watch Ziggy? I was going to ask you, do you ever watch Ziggy?
I've only seen her once, and I heard people saying, I didn't even know what the word grifting meant till last year, that she needed a bed and she needed a house and she needed this and that, and she was crying. And I also heard, and I believe it, because she took pictures of her car. I mean,
Yeah.
she was crying. Her daughter was scared. I think her daughter was, what, 11 or something? So not a teen, but not little. And somebody threw big rocks through her pickup, I think it was. And so that's the first time I heard and saw things going real in
Uh-huh.
YouTube, was through
Uh-huh.
Ziggy.
Wow.
Or the Ernie Shell stuff. But certainly I hadn't known of Dolly Vision yet, you know.
Huh. Oh, but you weren't
Mhm.
drawn to watch her on a normal basis? Because she
No,
covers summer too. How come you liked Pear more than Ziggy?
probably because she's a quicker talker.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean?
Oh,
And
Ziggy
so,
takes forever to say anything. I know you
yeah,
have to listen to
covers
her.
a little more information, and you know.
But Ziggy's a lot nicer.
Well, oh, and I don't know if you know this, but Prayer Garden was on Ziggy's, but she was the only one that either felt Don Wells was innocent or something about something. She had was the only one that had a differing opinion, and they would let her up and all this, but she said she wanted to start her own channel to
Who
get the
did?
word out about summer. Prayer Garden.
Oh. So
She
initially.
didn't have her own channel when she went up
Oh.
on Ziggy's for, I believe
Oh.
it was 2 months, because she talked about that a lot.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when did she start turning on Don? A Prayer Garden.
I didn't know that she ever has. Why
Well,
is she
all she
doing
does
that
is bitch
now?
him out. She bitches him out constantly.
Oh yeah, she does. She
Now
treats him like
she
he's a little
does.
boy.
What?
Yeah, she treats him like he's a little boy.
Well, because I mean that's the thing is that she was all for them, the Wells, then, or maybe you're saying she was always after Candace, but I thought she was a supporter of the quote unquote the Wells, like a team, like a group, like a couple.
No, not at all.
Okay.
It used to kind of piss me off because she would talk like she knew for sure Candace did something.
Oh wow, that's what I can't stand about her. That's when I flipped,
Mm-hmm.
because she doesn't know what the hell happened. And why does she ignore the red barrel and the for sale sign and the little Summer dancing in the rain? Why does she ignore that? See,
She didn't. She brought it up once. It got brought up, and I thought, oh, maybe she's seeing the light, so to speak. But she just glossed over it.
See, that's why I wonder
can't
about
gloss
her.
over
You
these
cannot
things.
gloss over that.
Why was that barrel red, white, and
it says for sale on it?
I know, in rain. And
so
why
obvious.
did they
How
paint
can anybody look away on that? It's
why
bullshit.
did they paint it purple later on?
Yeah.
If it's not a big deal, why did they change the color?
It's bullshit. The little Summer is dancing. She's being told what to do. She does her little spin. The whole freaking thing. Come on, people. If you're ignoring that,
red
you're
means
either being
ready.
paid to cover it up.
I'm trying to remember what they mean. Red means ready, meaning she's ready, meaning
ready to go. Come and get her.
Well, there's active, available, and ready. Red is ready, and
what is the difference between available and ready? I feel like the words are repetitive. You know what I mean? They mean the same thing.
Let me think. One of them is the water sign.
Yeah. Why is what is available and ready?
Active. The
what does
rain
that
is
mean?
active.
What does that mean? Active.
That means she's a non-V. Virgin, whatever. I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
So she's being regularly trafficked. She's an
no, not regularly trafficked, but she's not a.
Well, Don said she was all trained. He had her all trained. She was trained. She was trained.
Yeah,
trained for that. Trained
there
for
were
that.
Pictures of her with her little hands in front of her privates a lot, more than one. But rain means active. The white means available, meaning now, today, call me, whatever.
Right.
On phone, whatever.
But then red means ready. That's the same thing.
And
as
red
available.
means ready.
Ready to go right now.
And there she is with a for sale barrel right behind her. The whole time, the little girl's dancing
on TikTok, the big trafficking platform, which everybody with a brain in their head ought to know by now.
In the rain. And when I first saw it, I thought it was all so cute. She likes the rain. She's in a little dress. And when I learned these things from Ernie Shell, I mean, You know,
Mm-hmm.
you either believe in it or you don't. You know, he's
Mm-hmm.
the one that said parents that go to these places to watch their kids, like inside a gym, and they have their phone up like this and they're filming their child. A predator can be right behind you, and then they will know, right?
Rhonda says she spoke a lot on the barrel. What'd
Who
she
your
say?
child is, Rose,
Now
because
PG
you're
is
filming
saying,
your child. And then they know who's with who, and then they
mm-hmm.
figure out the situation. Is the child going to go to the bathroom? Is the mother and the daughter walking to their car? So
So
Ernie
here
said
she's
you have
saying,
to keep your cameras down. You've got to be careful of who's behind you at these
mm-hmm.
ball games, in these gymnasiums,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who thinks about that? Not really anyone, and you need to these days.
So she says that PG has talked about the barrel a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She says now that the barrel has a lot to do with Summer's disappearance. So does she think that Candace, the hated Candace, everything is Candace's fault? Sold her daughter, is now prayer garden thinking maybe Candace sold her daughter, so everything's still Candace's fault. You know, if she wants to
Everything
play.
is Candace's fault, but then again, I haven't seen her show, and if she's done a complete 360, but
Lisa
I
P.
doubt it.
Lisa
I
P thinks
highly
everything's
doubt it.
Candace's fault. Lisa P also doesn't think that Don has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know why, because
They're
he
thick
was
as
the one.
thieves. They're the two of them are together as thick as you can get.
Well, listen, I believe what's his face, the coworker, what was
Dudley,
his name? Yeah,
Dijon, me
Dudley.
too.
I
Me too.
listened to his story with his wife when they were being taped, and I
Mm-hmm.
listened really intently to see if it sounded like it was scripted, or were they
Mm-hmm.
nervous, or were they whatever. No, he said Don showed up at the site sitting on this crate, bawling like a child died.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
not a dog being hit or given away, like a child died. He was inconsolable.
Yeah.
So, um, you know, was she buried in the cement? That's the thing. I think she was, because there's a story. It's not just a story. You have to hear and see all the things. Okay. It's not just black and white. Oh, I'm going to believe this. It's
Mm-hmm.
the details with it. A
Mm-hmm.
man was going to buy a certain house that was, what did they do? What was that called with that white stuff? Their job?
What?
The job. What did Don Wells
Oh, the
do?
plaster? The
Yeah, yeah. He said it smelled so bad, he just booked out of that house. And it was one of the newer ones in the area down there.
Really?
Yeah.
So how'd they get
Why
the
is
money?
he
How
sitting
if they
on the
buried
crate?
her? Well, if she wasn't going to be sold for trafficking and made money that way, how'd they make the money? The organs?
Yeah, there's a real good, because Ernie Shell, I had shivers when they had footage of Jose in that van.
Mm-hmm.
And Ernie could tell by how much the sun was going down. He
Mm-hmm.
recognized the gas stations. Jose, who supposedly left, who maybe
Mm-hmm.
did, 2
Mm-hmm.
weeks earlier from partying at that house,
Mm-hmm.
the day she disappeared, he was
Mm-hmm.
in that town.
Wow. I totally think he was.
It was his Mexican music playing. It was his voice talking. I don't. They had to have bugged his van or something. Like, how do you get this?
Yeah, how'd they get that? Yeah.
So I don't think it's just because Benny Keys went after him about his lifestyle. Although it was ruthless and repetitive. I mean, we're talking horribly mean, but
You mean Benny about
he
Ernie?
knew.
You mean Benny?
Jose had something to do with it.
Who was being mean to who? Wait, Benny was being mean to Ernie or Jose?
Jose. God,
Really?
he went, I watched his program and he wouldn't stop, wouldn't
What
stop,
was he
wouldn't
saying
stop.
about Jose?
I'm not going to say it's a
But what was the point of it?
sexual preferences, and he has a family, and he's this and he's that, and he was.
What was
You
the
guys,
point
it
of
was
him
really,
doing
really
that?
bad. I'd
But
say
why
it
was he doing it? Was he
Because
trying to
people were
accuse?
pointing, people were pointing, starting to point the finger that Benny had something to do with it. So he was back.
He was
Stop,
accusing
Parker.
Jose. He was accusing Jose to get it off himself. Is that what you're saying? All right, you're muted.
Let me say right here, in case Benny ever sees this show. I'm not saying he did anything, and I don't even know how much, if anything, he knows. Parker, there are no cheese crackers, and I'm not even going to give you any at 1 a.m. I'm going to bed soon. No. Oh, God. So, what I'm saying is, I saw Benny Keys do that a lot with different people. Anybody that would start veering away from his beliefs even were attacked.
Right.
Anybody.
And Tim Mullins paid him to do
that. Anybody. Well, he was getting all pissed off at Tim Mullins about keeping what? Don Wells' phone?
Okay.
Which supposedly Benny Keys had, I don't know what, but he was freaking out on his show. There's way.
Do you ever watch Justice for All? Justin, Justin?
I watched him once and I just couldn't really get into his.
He talks slow too, but let me ask you this. Well, maybe you didn't know, but he really defended Jose. And I thought that was weird. I thought that was weird.
On his show, and
he's positive Jose has nothing to do with it. And I don't know how anybody could say that. I think to count out Jose is really weird. And I think the fact that he's so adamant about it makes me wonder what's going on with him too. Because why would you? I mean, Jose is the obvious person here. The obvious one.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying he did it, but it would be very easy to make it look like Jose because, like you said, he was there that day. He was living with Grandis. He was close to the family. They trusted him, and any of those kids would get in the car with Jose without thinking anything bad about it. He wasn't going to violently grab him and throw him in the car. He was going to say, "Hey, kids, you want me to buy you some ice cream? Let's go do something different. Let's give your mom a break. Let me take you kids. I love you all so much. I made you dinner." Remember, you got to trust these people, that you have to love these people and believe that they're on your side for you to go with them to be sold to the trafficker or whatever they're going to do. They trusted Jose. At one point, Candace seemed like she was almost in love with Jose. He was helping her. They were after Don. Remember how he was like, "Oh yeah, let's get Don out of here. Let's get a restraining order. Your husband's so bad. I live here now." And then she was all, "Yeah, you're my man. And let's get rid of Don." And then somehow Don was like, "No, you don't, fucker. And you're not going to take my kid because Don's going to make the money off that little girl, not Jose, motherfucker." So it was like then Don came in and they had a fight of some kind. And I don't know exactly what happened, but Jose was there.
I can't remember. Was it 2 months after that whole thing that everyone's saying he OD'd? And okay, maybe he did.
Maybe he faked it. Maybe he was murdered.
Maybe he OD'd on purpose. I mean, I don't know if there is even such a thing.
Maybe he killed himself. He has every reason to. He doesn't want to go back to prison. He'd rather die, and so would Don.
Or maybe he feels terrible about having any part in it. I mean, he really might.
Maybe he does. The point is, everyone thinks he's dead, so whether he's dead or not, he's going to get away with it. Why not pin it on Jose? It's so easy to pin it on Jose. And then it's a done deal and it's over. He was friends with Candace. He was one of her bad friends. Maybe he caught and whatever, he did it. Maybe he didn't mean to do it. He felt bad, but he couldn't help it. He was in debt. There was a gun to his head. For whatever. Some of these guys will do horrible things because they've been threatened. Don was threatened. Candace would rather get rid of one of her kids than Don.
Oh yeah, in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And I really think that if it came to that, if Candace was really scared, if she was really scared,
kind of how
it's all alleged.
It is, but whenever Rose and I talk about it, we get so intense because we agree with a lot of the same things, and we forget. I forget.
What's a fact and not alleged is that the little girl is gone. That's what's a fact. And what's also a fact is all these people who have gotten involved with this case. Because if Candace killed her daughter by accident, you would not need Tim Mullins. You would not need Betty Keys. You
That's
would
right.
not need Cher. You wouldn't need David Dodson. Did you? Oh, let me just say this. Did you hear about the David Dodson thing? That Evil Exists. Do you watch Evil Exists? He just put out this thing. Evil Exists has been covering this case.
Yeah, I have seen him. He's
he puts out these little
really
shorts.
Good. Oh, the Dotson guy.
The
Okay,
David Dodson thing. He's another player, another weirdo player in this weirdo religious cult, lurking around the Robin and the Tim Mullins and the BK, and he's the weird guy with the church, right? The church cult. He supposedly, the way Dawn said it, was that David Dodson never really hung out with Summer until after she got gone. You can hear that. Until after she got gone is when David Dodson was seeing Summer. In other words, he's as if he's the one who took her, or they brought her to him, David Dodson. It was like a slip. Isn't David Dodson the funeral guy?
Yeah, and he's also the one that took her brothers off to play, what was it called?
There's a whole video
miniature
about
golf.
Evil Exists just put this video out that said that Dawn Wells said that David Dodson did not hang out with Summer until after she got gone. And also David Dodson, supposedly the one, some rumors allegedly say that he put her ashes in those little crosses so they could all wear those crosses.
Yeah, I try to bring that up too. In fact, the first time I heard that was on Prayer Garden, I'm pretty sure. And no one said what's in them, but they're...
How does Prayer Garden excuse the Tim Mullins presence or the David Dodson or all these other players?
That was weird too. She actually made people that she liked or tried to befriend, like that. There's a lady she would call Miss Norway or whatever that would support her and had a really rough life and would come up on panel, and she became pretty sickly and all this. And I don't know what she does now, but she's a very sweet lady. People love Miss Norway. But she made like a painting thing with Summer Wells with her once. And she made one of Tim Mullins. And then later on, when she found out Tim Mullins was kind of shady, you'd think she would take the whole thing down, but she didn't. And she'd have... I mean, we're talking the 4th of July was Summer, a picture of Summer, one of her pictures, right? Maybe holding a flag and like
Andrew H., another one. David Dodson was on the land the day after she went missing, probably the day she went missing. There's also tunnels under there, that mountain. There's also really, the other thing was...
No. He doesn't, he's not a drug user. And the person that said that is a liar. I can't remember if it's Nicolina or who. They're trying to say that he had a test done when he was in that mental ward
Stone
place.
Gator just said it. She believes it too. She thinks Ernie was on that.
And people can believe it. He has chronic PTSD, CPTSD. Because he's been through horrific stuff and seen horrific stuff. Like he's the kind of person, not the kind, he did for years, would get down in those caves. He saw things. He knows things. But he's so driven to help. And then finally,
really?
Yeah. And finally though, remember when his, time.
Wow, let me ask you. Can I just ask you something? I just got to put this. Lulu says, I'm not sure Dawn and Candace have enough brain cells to manage selling anyone. How does it take brain cells to be a meth head, to be so in debt with drugs that someone easily takes your child? One? It doesn't take any brain cells for someone to take your child.
But look at this one. Look at this one.
It takes no brain cells,
You didn't see him smoking that. You didn't see him smoking that. What you heard... And you're surmising, I believe, is his episodes when he would just almost go catatonic and was walking down the road.
Did you hear what his girlfriend said about that? The ex-girlfriend said that he would fake those episodes to get thrown in the loony bin where he could get access to drugs. She did say that. That's the only thing that I thought was a little tiny bit of evidence, and I don't believe he's on drugs.
No, these things, though, he was in dangerous situations.
Yeah,
Cars
she
were
said he
going
wanted
by.
to be safe from Shelby by being in a loony bin would get him safe from Shelby, where Shelby wouldn't be allowed in. When Shelby gets out,
Then
he's coming for
why
Ernie.
did he want to leave? When he was in there, he wanted out. I mean, it's not like he wanted to live in there.
He wasn't in a good loony bin because he wasn't in the right place. He wasn't in the good loony bin. He was in some other weird bad hospital.
I can't imagine anybody, no matter how much you maybe even dislike or don't trust Ernie, you watch those episodes. He almost gets hit by cars. The guy got tased.
I didn't think he was in danger of getting hit by a car because he was way off the road.
No, he was, but they're like when he was crossing the street in that town and he was kind of lost and he was asking these people to call the police for him. And
I didn't think
one guy came out with a gun and he was like, "Oh man, no." And he kept walking away from him. Those people weren't set up. They weren't actors. I mean, I was genuinely afraid for him. And this didn't go on for 10 minutes or 20. We're looking at 40 minutes.
Treated badly by the. Do you think he should have gotten
40 minutes of walking in the hot sun?
Okay, but I mean, people walk in the sun. So, did you think he needed to be? Were you in the chat at that time? Were you watching?
No.
Were you reading? Were you just watching those videos?
I was just watching, the video
live. Were you reading the chat? Do you remember I was in those chats getting attacked by all these people because I wanted him to, he said the water didn't taste good?
Because I didn't know who you were yet. You hadn't come up on my thing, so I wouldn't notice your name. Do you know what I mean? There were a lot of names, and I remember Mama T being in there a lot. Mama T, OG or something was in there a lot. She ended up going off and doing her own show.
They became enemies too. I mean, the whole thing. He befriends these people, and then they all turn on him.
Well, I don't think he befriends them. He says, you can do your own channel. You've got the spirit. You this, you that, and then I'm not sure what people expect from him.
They were really close. Remember, she was up on his panel all the time.
And well, they might be friends now. You never know. I got attacked for going up there. Yeah, being on the panel. I think people thought when I went on his panel, I had my red dress on, whatever. I mean, I didn't. I was just dressed for the summer, and I just happened to have a red dress on. Frankly, I just went to a show. That wasn't planned that I'm going to go up on his panel. And none of that was planned.
I don't know why people care if you went up on his panel. I liked seeing your
because I think I think it's because people think that I just wanted attention and I didn't really care about Ernie Shell and I knew nothing about his past. Well, guess what?
We all saw him get tased and running from the police.
I'm talking the past, like the real.
No, I'm talking to this person in the chat. We are all mad here. She acts like. She says, I saw him get tased and running from the police. We all saw that. PTSD manifests in different ways. Not everybody's the same. She says, I had PTSD. I knew him before. I don't know. I know people who knew Ernie before who did not mention drugs. Then Daisy says she knew him a long time ago. And she was trying not to shit talk him, but she was acting like, I don't know. A lot of people have known Ernie,
He really didn't want to take a medication. And I'm not going to say what it is here, but he ended up being on, I don't know if he's still on it, but it starts with the letter H. Don't say it. But, who's going to make that up? I mean, come on already. And you have to remember, he didn't want to be. He thought he could. He kept trying not being, but his episodes were getting kind of stronger and worse, and then Rap made a video about him. I mean, it's proof right there how misunderstood people with mental illness are treated. It just is. I mean, I can't, you just have to see everything and see how things transpire, right? From the beginning to the middle to the end to the people he meets, the people. Remember when he was sitting in his car and he wanted to sell those big long knives and some other things, and he came out of a restaurant and he's doing a live and he's talking about him. And on it, I think it was BK. I think it was him, pretty darn sure, called the police and said, a man in the parking lot of so-and-so, because it showed him calling and talking. Yeah, because he was filming that. And then the cops show up on him and what did they do? I think he spent 1 or 2 nights in jail, but they took those things because he was picking numbers, right? And then someone in the chat, did you see that one? That was
No, I don't
something else.
know.
His belly's full. He's by himself. He's going to get in his car. He pulls out the things. He's trying to sell them.
Who is this? Ernie?
Ernie. And then the
his
cops
stuff,
are
and then they
knocking on
came
his
and they
door.
said, I remember that. That was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Ernie.
And he turned his camera and his thing off, and then he's in jail. And you can see him in the jail. He looks disheveled. He's picking up his bag of whatever, wallet.
Yeah, I remember
whatever.
that.
I mean, if it's all set up and fake, we're talking every second of every person, of every episode, of every whatever is fake. His whole life for a year. I followed him for a year, and it's just not.
I know.
He went through, I told Jimmy this. I said, Jimmy, you go through a lot of cyberbullying, but I got to tell you, Ernie had it worse than you, and he agreed.
Oh, way worse. Oh, way worse.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy knows how to
get in his car
sidetrack
without getting pulled over. He couldn't get in his car without being pulled over.
I know.
Ever.
That was horrible.
42 times the cops were called on him.
Oh my
by
God.
a certain person. I'm not going to say who.
But it was either BK or Nicolina or his rap. I mean, all 3 of them were constantly calling the cops. Nicolina called the cops on me twice.
Yeah, and I saw it. I saw them calling the cops.
Wow.
He would film it. It's not.
Wow.
It's hearsay.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Right.
I saw Benny Key's shows. I've never seen anything like it. Him impersonating.
Yeah, I know. He
people
records that.
Trying to come across like such a. I don't know. It was. And
crazy.
And cops are these people, these 911 operators, for that matter, have to believe it, right? Until it's proven otherwise, they have to believe what they're seeing. But I'm going to say right here, I don't know Benny Keys. I don't know if he has anything to do with anything. And I don't know if Don Wells does, but I don't think his wife should be thrown under the bus by herself like that. I mean, no wonder she drinks like a fish to this day.
Well,
if she does.
I mean, she's been hooked on something since she was a kid. It's not, she didn't have a chance.
No.
I mean, that woman has been, she's had it rough since the day she was born, and she's treated every single part of her life rough, just like she was treated. She wasn't treated well, and she never treated anything else well. And how could she? She never learned what being treated well was. She really didn't have a chance in hell. I mean, Candace really, and if you think about it, she's a pretty rough chick, and she suffered a lot, a real lot. She's gone through a lot of pain and a lot of abuse.
And is she perfect? No. And does
perfect?
She yes. And does
she's
her
not even close to perfect. The woman has been so damaged. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I don't mean perfect, but I'm saying yes. She, we've heard taped messages of her when she's wasted. She can throw it right back at Dawn.
She's just they're not. These are not high end. Whatever. I mean,
this is beyond codependency. This is like. Yeah. I mean, when he first went into jail, I thought maybe because she was slightly dating and whatever she was doing, I thought maybe she'd let him have a chance to let him go. But yeah,
it didn't work out. Well, where's she going to go? I mean, she had a big crush on Benny Keys.
Well, I don't know, like
and that didn't work
Arkansas,
out.
Texas,
she didn't have anybody else to go to. Those two go really deep. Those two are very.
I know, but she didn't have to stay out there for her sons, and she was willing to leave. I mean, if my daughter was abducted, the slightest chance of her, they're saying, would walk back and knock on the door, I wouldn't move after a year
Oh, she
or
knows your
talk
daughter's not
about it or
walking
think
back and
about it.
knocking on the door.
No, I
She knows
know.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know that, and you know
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah.
people that think that she doesn't know, I mean, it's written
Oh,
all
she
over
knows. She
Yeah.
knows.
Yeah.
They all know. I
Yeah.
honestly think it was organs that they got, because I think that maybe something happened to Summer where they couldn't use her. Well, it's like what Jimmy said. They said that the YouTubers were so in the face of this case, there was no way they could hide Summer for very long, so they had to do away with her. That's what Jimmy said. And I think that they were like, I think their plan went really awry. It's like they had a plan and it got screwed up. And I think that's part of the reason why Don looks so sad. I mean, it could have been. Are you saying that you think
Well,
that she was killed
I
then? Is that
believe what the youngest boy said, and people say, well, they work for the,
that they
DS.
were going? The boy said they were going to try to sell both kids. That's what the boy
Yeah, the
said.
little boy. What
Yeah.
little boy is going to make that up? I mean, he was staring at the walls. He didn't talk for months, she said.
Yeah.
Obviously, the cops aren't really doing their job. They must just not believe this. Maybe BK got rid of
No, did you hear
that
what
talk.
Benny, no, but Bullhorn Betty did a video a long time ago saying that she said, did the cops know Summer is deceased? Because she said 9 days after Summer got gone, the cops knew she was dead. Bullhorn Betty put a whole video out about that. So
Well,
she's saying that the cops knew she was deceased right? That's why they don't look, because they know she's gone. There's nothing to look for. She's gone.
or they really think there's a high probability of her being sold.
Both. She was sold and killed, sold and killed, sold and killed. It's both. Everybody thinks that sold means that she's still alive.
No, I don't. I believe the littlest boy, what's his name, Waylon or whatever, and what he told that worker was, he took off running. She realized things weren't good. She took off running, and we're not going to say here, okay, but they ended her life up there. And yeah. So, I mean,
no wonder. That? You think they ended her life up there? Because there would have been blood everywhere.
I was thinking about that too, but maybe she just ran.
Why would they kill her? Why wouldn't they just grab her and take her? Why would they kill her? That doesn't make sense. The whole thing was to get her to sell her.
He said, well, the little boy said she
ran away.
I don't want to say what they did.
I don't want to believe that. So I don't like believing that, because I don't even think it's true. I don't know why he would say that. I do believe the part about they were going to sell both kids. That's how big the debt was.
Yeah.
And yes, it is easy to
I didn't
rack
know
up a
any
debt
of that until. And this woman that was sharing this, she was kind of scared. She was like, "Are you sure? Are you sure this isn't gonna?"
Really, the therapist of the little boy was telling Betty that.
Not the therapist. It was this one of the. It was the
CPS worker.
CPS worker's boyfriend told someone else what he heard. So it was through that. So it wasn't even a cut and dry exchange. It was the boyfriend of one of them knew so-and-so and heard this and shared that.
So how does this little girl get to the work site where her body is smelling terrible and then they bury her in the cement? How does that all happen? The 3 hours, the missing hours, the 3 missing hours? I mean, how does this all work out, Dawn was there, and then
no, I think that night at like 4:30, when people kept saying her car went down and all that, I think she was
at 4:30 in the morning. They said that
no, in the afternoon or whatever.
Yeah,
Susan, what's her name? Jody Sue said the car, and it's not that we believe everything she says, but a lot of what Jody Sue said that year There's a lot
Yeah.
of truth in bits and parts of it. There is. And
So
she was kind of
you're saying
loopy.
that she might have taken her deceased body and drove it over to where Don was, and then they buried the body in the cement at the work site later that day.
No, because it was the next morning. I think she was moved a few times. I think she was in like that cemetery kind of nearby.
Oh, how'd they get the organs?
What?
They must, but they had. But I know that they got some money for her. I don't think they just killed her. I think they got some money for her to pay off
And
that debt.
why would what's his face? Why would Don always take his white pickup, right? Throw his buckets and throw the drywall and his tools in it. And the one day,
I know,
the
right?
morning after, she goes missing that night. And the next morning, he goes to work in the red, what was it? Subaru or not Subaru? What kind of car was that? New. They were they renting to own? No,
they bought that. They bought that Subaru. That was the other tell. That was the other clue that this was all staged.
Yeah. I mean, why would you drive that there? And Dudley said that. Dudley noticed why.
Yeah.
Why?
See,
is
that was
here?
another the thing about the Subaru, the new car. That to me was a dead giveaway that they had planned this.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm. And Don B. I was watching him at that time too. Don B. Prayer Garden. And Ernie Shell and Benny Keys now and then. And I think that's about it because, you can only, but what was I going to say? What were we talking about?
I don't know. You were saying something. You were something about Benny and all these people being involved or something like that. You see, the whole thing should have just died down. Why is Benny up there for 2 years saying, "Oh, these maps. Well, if you look at it this way, she would have gone this far," and you know what I mean? Just staging all this distracted bullshit. Making all this money. It's like he's going on and on and on with this big lie. They know she's gone. They know she's deceased. Oh, but if they took her, it's this. Then they should, it's, and all these people are following him, giving him all this money, thinking that he's really looking for this little girl that he goddamn well knows is not around anymore. I mean, what an act. That is a very big act. He's an actor extraordinaire. He's a good actor.
Well, somebody said that.
Benny, go to Hollywood. You play a perfect drug addict, thief. He'd make
somebody said, and I can't remember where I heard it, but in that Hawkins County, one of the, I don't want to say private investigator, but one of the TBI or the cops or one of them was so traumatized by what he knew.
Really?
He unalived himself. Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. Really?
I'd like to look that up sometime.
Yeah, you should. I'd like to know about that.
How would we do it, though?
Wait a minute. So one of the cops involved with the Summer Wells case who knew what happened.
You got to put the year in. So when did she disappear? 2022? No, that would
21. Isn't it 2021?
Yeah, no, it's 21. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it might come up heart attack. It might, you know what I mean?
So you're saying he suicided himself? He could have been killed. He could have been murdered. Or he was part of it. He did something bad and he grew a conscience and I don't know. A lot of people are said to be suicided, but they were actually murdered. And that's how they get away.
Yeah. There's a lot of,
And maybe that was the first murder. And then
in fact, Debbie Collier in Georgia, who they're trying to say took half her clothes off and lit herself on fire as she's grasping for a tree.
Oh my God.
Unalived herself.
Oh my God.
The police. I told Jimmy, I said, you should picket or not picket, but if I lived down south, I would, if I wasn't afraid.
When did that happen with Debbie Collier? Is that different? Is that recent?
That was 2 years ago.
Oh.
And they think her daughter and the daughter's boyfriend had something to do with it. And something to do with a message she got about, we have your what is it? We have your daughter and we need this amount of money and such and such. And I found out that that was the exact amount, I mean, to the penny, that her boyfriend felt he was owed for what I can't remember.
Wow.
I'm going to make up a story here, but the amount was shocking. Like,
wow.
Whatever it was, 1,003 or 3,148 or something, like the number was. I mean, you'd think the guy, it would be a dead giveaway, but these cops are saying, yeah, and then to see her on footage in her football attire and buying things that she's going to be used to be killed with, like it's crazy.
Oh my God. Was this before or after summer?
After.
Really?
Yeah, this was what, a good year ago now. Yeah, and Jimmy, he hasn't shown it yet. He said he went down there to that little town in Georgia. I think filmed Debbie Collier's house and everything. But Debbie was the mother. She was threatened and everything by her girlfriend's boyfriend. And there's actually phone calls.
Why?
Of her calling 911 and saying, the violence, like just get him out of my house and this and that. So, I mean, he was a violent person. Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit.
And the mother, Debbie Collier's daughter's boyfriend, I can't remember the name's mother, about 6 months ago got sentenced to like 35 years or something for drugs.
Wait, the mother?
Yeah. The mother, Debbie Collier's daughter's boyfriend's mother.
Oh.
Look it up. You think I'd be sitting here on live talking like.
Are you saying her daughter's boyfriend was violent to her, or her friend's boyfriend was violent to her?
Her daughter's boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Oh my freaking God. Is the daughter still alive and living on?
Yeah, but she I don't know.
What happened to the boyfriend? Nothing?
Nothing happened to any of them.
Oh,
and then listen to this. Her and her boyfriend were living in Massachusetts, and they just happened to decide to move back to Georgia, something like 2 days, maybe 3 at the most, right before the mother goes missing. I find that interesting too.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's an older son of Debbie Collier's, who, when she was missing for those few days and stuff, was like, please help, and this and that and the other thing. I feel bad for him.
Wow.
He's probably afraid to say much. But yeah.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah. And her car was found right outside of the woods. So it's
wow. Good.
And then there were, because I took notes and talked about it, there was, is it called shod? Where it's like, I don't know what, in these bullets that you shoot at birds with, or I don't know, I can't remember. And my eyes are bad, so if you guys are asking me questions in chat or something and I'm missing them, it's just because I'm talking away and I have to get this close to see. But yeah, how did the police, around her car there was a bullet, so more than likely she was walked out there with the gun. Probably, I mean, she wasn't butt naked or anything. She was just like her top part, and that's bad enough. But the blue tarp thing and the long, whatever lighters those are that she had bought at 7-Eleven, like, did she think she was going camping? I mean, she was totally set up.
Wow.
And like Jimmy said, okay, why would she drive to that store when there was one just like it where she could have gotten these items in her town? She drove like, I don't think it was even 30 miles. I think it was something like 60 miles, if I'm recalling this right, to be told to go to a certain store. I'm not kidding. Like, it's crazy. I should talk about it again, maybe. Debbie Collier. I can't remember the town. It's Georgia.
I think we
It's
should
very
cover this
sad.
case because I feel like, I mean, I didn't even hear about this. I don't remember this. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, but I was
Type
always
it
so
in.
focused on
I'll
Summer. I
type it
just couldn't
in.
even think about any other case. You know what I mean? I just didn't care about any other case because I was so traumatized by what happened to Summer. I couldn't move on to anything else. I couldn't take in anything else.
Yeah.
There was nothing else. It was only about her, for so long. And
Yeah.
it's still about her. I mean, we're still talking about her because it's still unsolved. These people are still walking free. And it's really scary out there, I mean, I think Candace had another baby. I think she's been pregnant all this time. I think she's had two. I think she's had two babies. I think she's had two kids since Summer went missing. I think that's why they keep her. I think that's why they keep her out of jail. I mean,
Yeah.
she puts out these special babies.
These people. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and play some, for people that haven't heard of this, just some little, see, over and over again. Oh, look at this. October 1st, 2022. Debbie Collier death was targeted as new 911 call emerges. There was an unfired round found near her car. See, this is weird. FBI tries to help identify who killed Debbie Collier of Athens, Georgia. It's Athens. But yet the cops want to just, be done with it? Like, it's just sickening.
Yeah, they do. I'll tell you, I have read so many cases where the parents are frustrated that the cops won't do anything. I mean, every single one of these missing cases, the cops won't do anything. Every single parent says the same thing. And I think it's wrong to expect the cops to do everything. There's just, they can't do everything. In fact, they shouldn't. We should all be doing something. It's too big a job to expect a few cops in one little, town to hunt for somebody all over the country when a child could be taken anywhere. And a lot of times, did you know that Israel is the trafficking center hubbub of the entire world? I just found that out.
Oh, gosh.
No. So that's where a lot of these kids go. They're flown out of country to Israel.
Oops.
Not just, really? Yeah, they're taken right out of this country.
This is not to switch the subject, but after I read this timeline of what happened, I'm probably going to go to bed because I have to get my son's ID in the morning and I have to pee like a racehorse.
Oh, shit. Just go pee, for God's sakes.
All right. Have you ever heard that expression?
No. Does a racehorse? So a racehorse waits to pee until the race is over? Is that what it meant?
I have no clue.
Oh my God! I have to pee like a racehorse. I've never heard that.
You never heard that? Right, so
no, it's funny.
It says, oh my God, 4 hours and 11 minutes. It says a coroner has ruled that the death of Georgia resident Debbie Collier, whose body was found naked. Okay, or she was naked, but she was partially burned. I was thinking she was partially dressed. And you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
she was partially burned in the Chattahoochee Oconee National Forest in September was an unaliving. I don't want to say that word because I don't want to get striked or whatever. The case was initially investigated by Habersham County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a suspected murder. See that? They were even suspicious from the beginning. So Habersham County Deputy Coroner Ken Franklin said Collier died from inhalation of superheated gases, thermal injuries, and hydrocodone intoxication. He added, it's pretty evident that she started the fire. Well, maybe she had no choice if someone was pointing right? I mean, maybe they said they were just going to light a tree and then she didn't know that. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she did start the fire. It doesn't mean she wanted to.
It's so crazy. Yeah. Right.
And
God,
then it
that poor
says,
woman.
from what I saw and what I consider to be the case is that this was a self-inflicted death. But I was relying on the results of the autopsy and the doctor at the lab to make the final call. Now, this is the timeline. Friday, September 9th, Collier left her home in Athens, Georgia for the last time in a rented SUV. Why would she be in a rented car? That's weird right there. She apparently had a little dark blue car, I think. I think, if I'm recalling this right. The local media outlet reports she took only her driver's license and her debit card with her. She left her purse at home. So I think the perpetrator started there. I frankly think it's the girlfriend's boyfriend. And made her leave with her debit card and her driver's license. Because during that time, the husband, if people are wondering where he was at the fair helping people park, volunteering, with the orange whatever,
Debbie Collier's husband?
Yeah, he was gone. But I was kind of suspicious he might know something too, but I can tell in the end, I don't think. Collier was pictured on CCTV visiting a family dollar store in Clayton, Georgia, wearing a blue skirt and a replica University of Georgia football jersey. She purchased a rain poncho, a reusable tote bag, refillable torch lighter, and it says 7.5 feet by 9.5 feet tarpaulin. So a big tarp. Can you imagine buying your own things and paper towels, which, by the way, they felt that helped ignite, the fire before leaving the store at 3:09 p.m. This is all in the afternoon. After another 10 minutes in her vehicle, so then she goes out, it's all on CCTV, and she's sitting in that SUV for 10 minutes. You're going to tell me no one's in that car with her? The windows were tinted. You couldn't see. Then after 10 minutes, Collier drove off heading south along Georgia State Route 115. Now, what I noticed in that footage, and I'm sure other people did too, was very weird. She pulled in, she parked somewhere, she backed out, and then pulled in up near the store. And then or if my memory's wrong, she maybe just pulled right in and she pulled right in and I believe went up to the store, but was parked down just a little ways, walked up, went in. When she left, this is what I'm believing now, if my memory serves me right. When she leaves, she's in her car for 10 minutes. Then she backs out. Instead of just leaving, she goes in the middle of the parking lot and is parked somewhere. Okay. What I noticed was when she pulled out and went one of the directions, whatever, there was a black car of some sort. Now, maybe it's a coincidence, but it didn't look like it. Left right when she did. Took a left just like them and everything. I mean, it's creepy.
Wow.
Also on September 10, Collier was reported missing by Amanda Bearden, her daughter. Collier had earlier sent her, see, this is the payment, $2,385. Is that weird? Why not an even $3,000? It's very weird. So Collier, because she said she needed the money. Why or how, or I can't remember the details. She also said she wanted it. Collier had earlier sent her $2,385 via payment app Venmo and instructions on where to find her house key. She said the key is under the pot plant out front. Then this is what the note said. An attached note said, this is her daughter giving this message to her mother. It says, they are not going to let me go. Love you.
Oh my God.
See how creepy it gets? You tell me her daughter isn't involved. I mean, forgive me, Andrea, if you're not, but whatever. Sunday, September 11th, police tracked the Sirius XM signal from Collier's rented vehicle to the U.S. Route 441. The nearby Chattahoochee-Oconee National Forest was searched, and Collier's body was found by a police dog. Initially, the incident was treated as a possible kidnapping and homicide. I didn't know that. I didn't know initially it was treated as a homicide. Now, Friday, September 30th, investigators held their first press conference on the case with lead investigator George Kaysen and Habersham County Sheriff's Chief Deputy Murray Kogod giving an update on the investigation. Kogod said Collier may have been the victim of a targeted killing. There's nothing that has come from this investigation that would support the theory that either this was a random act of violence or there is a killer in the area. At this time, the investigation is leading us to the proposition that Mrs. Collier's death was personal and targeted. See?
Wow. Yeah. Holy hell.
Then on November 17th, okay, October, November, we're looking at 2 months later. Local media outlet Now Habersham and the New York Post report the coroner's verdict, namely that Collier died by unaliving herself.
Wow. Wow.
And it's really I'm trying to find the footage where she goes in the store, and then I better maybe end my show. It's yeah.
Wow.
And they think she was I think she was murdered about 45 minutes after leaving that store. There's a way they can tell, right?
I don't know.
Saying, well, what is it? Postmortem or whatever that's called. And how much, I have notes on it. There's like all kinds of things you can tell with her. And she had a real contentious relationship with her daughter. Let's get that out there too. I just can't even believe they closed the case. It's sick.
Oh, it's terrible.
Can't trust your own daughter. Who can you trust?
I know. That is very scary if you can't trust your own kid. That's well, gosh, you keep hearing about these. I'm actually about to watch a video about this daughter who kills her mother. And then there's this video about this mother who kills her son. And she's walking free and she talks about it. I'm still in the middle of that. I haven't finished it. She's a Black woman who had a terrible life. And then for some reason they started out with her strangling her son, but maybe he was bad. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen the whole thing, but God, there's just so many, what do they call it? Patricide, when you kill your parents.
Yes. And I only know, and it's matricide if you kill your mom. And it's, what is dad? Not dadricide.
It's probably patricide. Patricide is dad. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. It is. And mamatra, and then there's sister. There's
cysticide. Is there brothercide or something? And what about when you kill your own children? What happens?
Sister is like sorority, soricide. Right. Yeah, I wrote it down.
What about brother? Is that fraternicide or something? Fraternite? Probably something like fraternicide. And then what about your
life? It's the title of my lives. There's matricide, patricide.
Oh, there's dollar. Hey, dollar.
Okay, here's 46 seconds of her walking into the store.
Let's see.
Here it comes. Where's the gosh darn? Here it is.
I just want to lay in bed all get a day. I just want to lay in bed again. I want it to be the weekend. I don't want to get out and work. I'm thinking about my day. I'm like, I had 2 days where I got away with it. I'm afraid to even find
You
out if
got
my
to
car.
relax.
Yeah, I got to lay. Well, I was in too much pain to do anything. I didn't have any energy. I didn't feel well. I was exhausted from the trip to Boston and the drive and stress of all that. And I don't know. I just didn't want. I was just maybe I was depressed. I don't know. I just didn't want to get out of bed on Sunday, and I only did the bare minimum. And today I basically did the same thing. I didn't have to. I paid my taxes. I paid my mortgage. I paid everything. I was like, do I have to get up? I don't have any cleanings today. Can I possibly hide out and not have to do anything? Because I just don't know. I went out and I was like, oh, I could mow the lawn. The sun finally came out. I didn't even want to do that. I don't know. I'm waiting for you to show the picture.
Well, I'm
You can't
trying
find
to get
it?
the gosh. No, I found it. Why can't I get the gosh darn volume? I mean,
Oh, guys.
why is there not volume?
Hey, darling. Femicide, patricide, femicide.
Okay, I've got the volume now.
All right.
Wait. Okay, kitty witties. Okay, now I don't have volume. This is ridiculous. Is this being plugged in? Oh, for great grief. Oh. Oh, good grief. So, okay, that was quick. Good Lord. Let me rewind it a little.
Realtor.com is the #1 app.
Sorry, you guys. Jeez. I'm no professional, that's for darn sure.
Real Estate Professionals Trust.
What is it, Poops?
So when you're buying or selling a home, Realtor.com's Real Estimate gives you 3 independent valuations, so you know what a home is really worth. Real Choice Selling lets you choose from multiple agent proposals, because when agents compete, you win. And RealView Maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app Real Estate Professionals Trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
What is this?
What are you trying to show?
The thing. And it keeps showing these gosh darn freaking commercials. I mean, it's ridiculous. All right, I'm just going to find a different one. This is pissing me off, literally. Okay, so I'm just going to find a different one. So the mysterious 911 call emerges, which is the threats or whatever.
Types of family unaliving. Huh. Hi, Gail.
Yeah, see, she was burned. She was found 60 miles from her home.
The
So
mother?
yeah.
Debbie, are we talking about Debbie Collier still?
Yeah. To go to a little store, when there's a store like that near her, she did everything she was supposed to save her daughter. Right? And her daughter isn't even kidnapped.
9 familial exterminations was the killing of an entire extended family or clan, usually for treason. Machiavelli advocated the extermination of a previous ruler's family to prevent uprisings in the prince. Sippenhaft was used in Nazi Germany to punish and sometimes execute the relatives of defectors and anyone involved in the July 20th plot. Oh my God. Costa Nostra began killing the relatives, including women and more recently children of informants and rivals in the 1980s. Wow.
Yeah, I got it working finally.
Jesus.
Are you watching it, Rose?
Let me see. Oh, wow.
There's the note. Look at the note.
Don't
This
ever
is not
contact
the
me
note.
again. Wait,
That's
go
from
back.
the boyfriend in the past. That was from the boyfriend in the past.
I want to see the notes again. It was
Okay,
really
that was from the past. That wasn't the one, we want such and such money. And that's where she was found. Threatening note to the entire family in May of 2021. Don't ever contact me again. Have a nice life. If you or your family ever again, I'm not stupid. So that was a threat. Slew of arrests, volatile relationship. 2 years earlier, the mom shared black-eyed selfies, claiming she was face planted on the sidewalk. Police have ruled out kidnapping. That was too quick and too stupid. Anyway, I'm trying to find the store.
Suspicious death of Debbie Collier has gained international attention as Habersham County investigators continue to work to find whoever is responsible.
Hi, Gail.
This after the body of the 59-year-old was taken to the
Hi,
GBI
Anna.
medical examiner's office for an autopsy.
Hi, Dollar.
Fox 5's Eric Perry
Charlene.
has followed the story. He joins us from the live desk with the latest. Eric?
Yeah, Courtney, Tom,
Hi,
today
Kelly.
marks exactly 2 weeks since the 59-year-old was reportedly last seen
Above the
alive by her
trees.
husband.
Hi.
Investigators say they need the
Zen.
public's help in piecing together clues as to who could be responsible.
The Habersham County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division has executed several search warrants at locations directly tied to the victim and have conducted preliminary interviews of those closest to the victim.
How and why the body of Debbie Collier ended up in a remote wooded area over 50 miles away from her home remains a mystery. The 59-year-old was reported missing September 10th to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. The next day, September 11th, a Sirius XM service pinged the location to her van. Chief Deputy Murray Kogat of the Habersham County Sheriff's Office released this recorded message as the story continues to gain international attention.
And that the last communication from the missing person was a transfer to the daughter of $2,385 with a text message tied to the Venmo transfer stating, "They won't let me go. There is a key to the house underneath the flower pot."
To the daughter.
Says K9 units were brought in to search the heavily wooded area.
The search resulted in the locating of a red tote bag, a partially burnt blue and colored tarp, and eventually the victim's partially nude and burnt body grasping a small tree down a ravine.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since her disappearance and the grim discovery, and still no word on a motive, suspect description, or any answers. Fox 5 reached out to the FBI, who sent this statement saying, quote, "FBI Atlanta is aware of the case. At this time, the matter is being investigated by local authorities."
Okay, obviously.
The GBI had this to say, Quote, the GBI Medical Examiner's Office is conducting the autopsy, but those results will be handed to Habersham County as we are not involved in the investigation.
At this time, there is no evidence to suggest or support that this incident was related to a kidnapping or that this was a suicide.
Still a lot of unanswered questions. The sheriff's office says the belongings collected at the scene were also sent to the GBI crime lab. I asked the Habersham County Sheriff's Office if they plan to bring in other agencies like the GBI or the FBI, but they would not comment on that. At the live desk, Eric Perry, Fox 5 News.
What a joke, huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
Her own daughter sent that.
So wait a minute, I'm confused. It's hard for me to. So just tell me what happened exactly with the daughter. I can't follow these things.
The mother wanted her to break up with him, and I think it was on and off for 2 years. And they would break up, and he took some of her clothes and threw them out a window or burned them or something. And she's hit her daughter and stuff now and then, and she was scared, and she made some 911 calls. And then the money, the amount, that's just weird right there.
So what did the daughter actually do? I'm confused. How is the daughter behind this? You're saying the mother hit the daughter a few times?
I mean, I guess the guy could have sent the thing saying, Mom, they have me, but for her to not know. And then the other thing is this, when she called in to do the missing report on her mother, she didn't sound frantic, nothing.
So you're saying she and the boyfriend were behind murdering the mother?
Yes, that's what I think.
You think the daughter had something to do with the actual physical killing of the mother?
No.
But she just didn't care because the boyfriend did it like on her behalf or type thing?
Maybe for money, or they were having problems or whatever.
Horrible.
If it's Hillshire.
Sick.
Oh,
Can I please stop these darn... Here, we'll watch this guy.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Debbie Collier? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating
This guy's
about what could
very
be happening in a
smart.
situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it,
Oh,
subscribe to
yeah,
my channel,
see?
and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link
You're
to
right.
Patreon
It did have to
in
do
the
with
description of this
rehab. I'm
video.
remembering now.
First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. Deborah Collier was born on September 2, 1963, and lived in the state of Georgia. She went by the name Debbie. In 2022, 59-year-old Debbie lived in Athens and worked as an office manager for a real estate agency. Athens is about an hour and a half east of Atlanta. She lived with her husband, Stephen. The couple had been married for over 9 years. They both had children from prior relationships.
Yes, the tarp was
Debbie
found
had a
there.
36-year-old daughter named Amanda Bearden and a 33-year-old son named Jeffrey Bearden.
Partially
Sometime in August
burned.
of 2022, Debbie was involved in a motor vehicle collision. The driver of the other vehicle was out on parole and reportedly begged Debbie not to call the police. Apparently, the other driver wasn't supposed to be driving on parole. While her vehicle was being repaired, Debbie was driving a rental vehicle, specifically a black 2022 Chrysler Pacifica SUV. On September 8, Amanda, again this is Debbie's daughter, and Amanda's boyfriend, Andrew Giegerick, moved into Debbie's house. Amanda had been living with her brother Jeffrey in Maryland. Both Amanda and Andrew had a history of entanglements with law enforcement.
Maryland,
Amanda
not
had been arrested for
Massachusetts,
battery
like I
and
said.
falsifying a drug test. She accused her boyfriend Andrew of breaking into their home during an incident in 2021. Both Amanda and Andrew were arrested during that incident. Amanda was charged in connection with making a false report of a robbery. Andrew was charged with battery, property damage, and criminal trespass. Andrew had an extensive criminal history and at one point was an MMA fighter. Now moving to the timeline of the incident. On Friday, September 9, 2022, Debbie's husband, Stephen, saw her for the last time at around 9 p.m. When he left for work on the morning of September 10, the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway. Stephen and Debbie slept in separate rooms due to an excessive snoring situation. At some point after Stephen left for work, Debbie departed from her home in Athens, Georgia, in her rented Chrysler Pacifica. Debbie took her purse, cell phone, driver's license, and debit card. At 2:17 p.m.,
They said
her
she
vehicle was
didn't
captured
take
on
her
a traffic
purse.
camera in Tallulah Falls, Georgia. At 2:55 p.m., Debbie was captured on video surveillance at a Family Dollar store in Clayton, Georgia. She was wearing a blue skirt and a University of Georgia football jersey. She purchased several items from the store, including a tarp measuring 9.5 by 7.5 feet, a reusable tote bag, a refillable torch lighter, a rain poncho, and a 2-roll pack of paper towels. She walked out of the store at 3:09 p.m. and remained in her vehicle until 3:19 p.m. While she was in her vehicle in the Family Dollar store parking lot, Debbie sent her daughter, Amanda, $2,385 using the app Venmo. Debbie also sent her a message that read, "They are not going to let me go. Love you. There's a key to the house in the blue flower pot by the door."
Debbie sent the
Debbie then drove
message.
south on Georgia
Sorry,
State Route
not the
115.
daughter.
On the same day, at around 6 p.m., Debbie was reported missing by her husband and her daughter. On September 11, the police tracked the Sirius XM signal from Debbie's rented SUV to Tallulah Falls, Georgia, and found the vehicle at 12:44 p.m. The SUV was parked at the entrance of an old logging road about 60 miles north of Debbie's home. The police searched the area and found Debbie's body in a ravine about a quarter of a mile away from her vehicle. She was naked on her back and holding a tree branch in her right hand. She had second and third degree burns to 80% of her body. The tarp and the bag that she had purchased at the Family Dollar store were next to her body, along with her purse and cell phone. The police also found a melted gas can. The police believe that Debbie was the victim of a homicide. They did not think the homicide was random, rather Debbie was targeted. On November 17, 2022, the coroner concluded that Debbie had brought an end to her own life. So the murder theory was out the window at this point. Her cause of death, inhalation of superheated gases,
The heck was
thermal
that?
injuries, and hydrocodone intoxication. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1, a neighbor of Debbie Collier reported that in the days leading up to Debbie's disappearance, a young woman had been coming by the house. Perhaps the neighbor was referring to Amanda. This is not a surprising report considering that Amanda moved into the house on September 8. What's more worrisome is that the neighbor reported hearing screaming and fighting on the evening of September 9. Item number 2, whenever a wife dies under suspicious circumstances, the police are always going to take a close look at her spouse. When Debbie's husband, Stephen, reported her missing, he said that her purse was still in the house, but Debbie's purse was found near her body. It's not clear why there is a discrepancy about the purse. Maybe Debbie had more than one purse, which caused confusion. Stephen was working all day on September 10. He was parking cars at a sporting event. His alibi was confirmed by the police.
I thought it was the
Item
fair.
number 3.
Sorry.
Amanda said that her mother, Debbie, was acting strangely not long before the disappearance. For example, Debbie gave Amanda some of her possessions, shared intimate information, and had taken the entire week off from work. Debbie had tears in her eyes during her last encounter with her daughter. Again, this is according to Amanda. Item number 4. It doesn't make any sense that Debbie would have purchased the tarp and the reusable bag in Clayton, Georgia. There were several tarps and reusable bags in her home, according to her son, Jeffrey. Perhaps Debbie had not solidified her plan before departing her home in Athens, Georgia. Item number 5. The timing of Debbie's disappearance and death is curious. Debbie had just turned 59 on September 2. Her body was found on September 11, but presumably she had died on September 10, 8 days after her birthday. In addition, Debbie's death occurred just 2 days after Amanda and Andrew moved into her house. Perhaps the stress of their unruly behavior was a contributing factor, like it was simply too much drama for Debbie to cope with. Item number 6. It appears as though the police initially viewed Amanda as a potential suspect. They interviewed her and demanded a DNA sample. A few circumstances came together that attracted attention to Amanda. Amanda had an extensive criminal history, as did her boyfriend Andrew. Her relationship with Andrew was tumultuous and characterized by violence. The couple had just moved into Debbie's house, and a neighbor had reported hearing screaming and fighting. Amanda arrived at the scene where Debbie's body was found not long after the discovery was made. She was described as hysterical. Amanda was sent money by her mother right before she died. The amount of money may have been close to what Andrew owed in probation fines. Item number 7. Based on some of Debbie's behavior, she may have been experiencing paranoia. Debbie drove away from her residence unexpectedly without taking supplies. She did not tell anybody where she was going. Debbie had back problems, yet still walked about a quarter of a mile into a wooded area after parking her vehicle by an old logging road. When looking at Debbie's last message to Amanda, Debbie said, "They are not going to let me go." Her use of the word "they" has a conspiratorial feel to it, like some group was out to get her. It was like this group of evil conspirators was holding on to Debbie, exerting some type of power over her, or otherwise making her feel fearful. The use of highly destructive means like fire is not unheard of by people who are paranoid. It's a way of purging or destroying any way that they could be tracked. Similarly, paranoid people sometimes remove all their clothing to achieve the same goal. Moving to item number 8, Debbie had been prescribed the opioid hydrocodone, which was almost certainly given to her to treat pain. It's not clear what the source of the pain was. Like, was it her pre-existing back condition, an injury from the motor vehicle collision, or something else? Debbie had a substantial quantity of hydrocodone in her system when she died. Opioid use can lead to a number of adverse reactions, including difficulties with sleep, appetite, memory, concentration, and nausea. One uncommon side effect of opioid use is psychosis, like hallucinations and delusions. Most hallucinations associated with opioids are visual or auditory. It's rare to see other types of hallucinations like tactile. Psychosis has a relationship with paranoia. Sometimes when people are psychotic, they are also paranoid. They think that people or other entities are out to get them. Sometimes they run away because of this paranoia, like climb into their vehicle and drive. Perhaps Debbie was paranoid due to her use of hydrocodone. This paranoia drove her to engage in unusual behavior. One problem with this theory is that the relationship between opioid use and psychosis is very weak. Opioids are generally not associated with psychosis. Maybe Debbie was one of the very few people who was predisposed to have a psychotic reaction to opioids, or maybe she had some unknown pre-existing mental health concerns that led to paranoia. Another problem with the opioid paranoia theory is that, based on how things turned out, Debbie could have taken the hydrocodone in order to achieve her ultimate goal. So she didn't take the drug and then develop paranoia. She became paranoid and then took the drug. Paranoia is a possibility in this case, although it's unclear what could have caused it. Debbie may have simply been depressed and used the word "they" to refer to a series of problems rather than to evil conspirators. Her other bizarre behaviors could be explained by confusion or being severely despondent. This brings me to the final item, number 9. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. The circumstances surrounding the death of Debbie Collier are suspicious. The police initially said that she was murdered and was specifically targeted. They then changed their minds completely and went the other way as far as their determination. Considering how she died, homicide did appear to be the most obvious explanation, But the problem was that she was captured on a surveillance camera buying items right before she died. She was alone. She did not appear to be acting erratically. She didn't look like she was frightened. And right after making the purchase, she sent her daughter money, as well as a message that contained an implication of finality. There is no reason to believe that anyone had contact with Debbie after she left the Family Dollar store. Debbie appeared to be making her own decisions and deliberately moving toward a particular goal. I don't think that Amanda and Andrew were sophisticated enough to get away with homicide under those circumstances.
Are you serious?
They had a history of mostly petty crimes, which were based on impulsivity. This couple was less like Bonnie and Clyde and more like Itchy and Scratchy from The Simpsons. I think it is reasonable to believe that, despite the mechanism of death involving unusual features like fire and hydrocodone, Debbie was responsible for what happened.
What?
In her last action, Debbie did not do her daughter any favors. She actually made Amanda look like a pretty good potential suspect. But I imagine that this was far from Debbie's mind.
He friggin' thinks the mother did. This is
What?
bullshit.
On one objective.
This guy's an
I've
idiot.
never heard this. I've never heard this.
I can't believe this.
Those are my thoughts on the
No,
case
I'm
of
pissed.
He's a
Deborah.
dipshit. He's monotone. I actually don't like him very much.
An
He's
interesting
monotone.
dialogue. As always,
No.
I found my analysis of this
And
topic to be
also,
Screw you, Todd. What the hell?
and also, the daughter. Did you see how she told the cops, "Oh, my mom was giving me things"? How do we know that's even true? When he said the daughter said that she was acting like, she might unalive herself, giving me things.
Mm-hmm. They both have criminal records, but he doesn't think they're smart enough to come up. They're both
I
criminal.
wish like hell I hadn't played this one because I thought he was smart. I've heard him do other.
Yeah, he's weird.
Well,
for
I
Christ's
shouldn't
sake.
say he's not smart. I thought he was going to agree with me.
He's smart at being stupid.
Wow.
I actually am shocked at what he just friggin' said. I mean, this is so obvious. I honestly,
isn't it so obvious?
Yeah, it's so friggin' obvious.
The mysterious and gruesome death of Athens mom.
This is her.
That guy is.
Those Collier buying the very items that police would find just hours later next to her burned naked body.
I think they told her, better go in, not make a stir, and act calm.
That poor woman.
11 Alliance Cody Alcorn is live in the studio right now.
Of course she's going to act calm.
This video here just adds another layer of questions to this already puzzling case.
No doubt, the video just adds to the complexity of this case. Debbie Collier's body was found on Sunday, September 11th. This video you're about to watch was captured 21 hours earlier, 13 miles north of the crime
21
scene.
hours
Showing
earlier.
Collier bought items that ultimately led deputies to her body. On Saturday, September 10th at 2:55 p.m., the Habersham County Sheriff's Office confirms this is Debbie Collier, captured on video into the Family Dollar in Clayton, Georgia. She's wearing a red visor, a black purse across her chest, and appears to have her rental key fob in hand. The video jumps to Collier checking out on the counter, a red tote bag. She then places blue tarp, rain poncho, paper towels, and a refillable torch lighter on the counter.
I do remember her. I remember checking her out, but I really don't remember what we talked about.
I talked to the clerk who checked out Collier. Esther Treller told me over the phone the items Collier bought didn't set off any red flags.
It's a common thing that people buy. We were going to put up the tarps for the winter, but then my boss said no because people buy them year round. Oh, yeah, the big bags. Yeah, people buy those a lot to put a bunch of stuff in, like reusable grocery bags.
Treller said Collier didn't act like anything was wrong.
She didn't seem in distress.
Knowing what she does today,
nothing looked suspicious or out of the ordinary. Nobody. I wish I would have went outside, around that time, and see if anybody was with her. But who would have thought?
Who would have thought? 21 hours later, Collier's body would be found naked and along.
Yeah, she'd really kill herself like that. That's bullshit. She would never get half naked and kill herself like
Habersham
that.
County says all the video they have from
pissing me
the
off.
and surrounding
Yeah.
businesses show Collier was alone in the van.
What about her husband?
At the
What does
family
he
doctor.
think of all this?
But remember, the sheriff's office also confirmed
He's really
Debbie Collier
upset.
was not kidnapped and didn't.
Does he blame it on the daughter? Does
Man,
he
a
think
lot
the
of
daughter is innocent?
So did you hear that? The police said she did not kill by unaliving herself.
Obviously she didn't. But what does the father think the daughter's involved?
I can't remember all his sort of feelings about.
I mean, is he's totally not, he's not implicated in this at all?
I don't think so at all.
The whole thing is pretty weird. Pretty weird.
Annie Elise talked about it too.
What did she think?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it, and I'm not going to play like a YouTuber
Have you seen her coverage on Sugar Babe? Have you seen that whole story about Sugar Babe?
Sugar Babe?
Yeah, Sugar Babe. Did you
No.
have you seen that? Oh my God, that story will blow your mind. That story will make that family makes the Wells look like angels.
Really?
Yeah, I've been wanting to cover it. It's so horrific and horrible. If you watch Sugar Babe, if you watch a documentary, and Annie Elise does her own show about Sugar Babe, but the original one that I saw was absolutely fucking horrifying. It was absolutely horrifying. You would not believe that story, Tina. You should look into that. It's, if you want horrible and horrifying, that's one of the worst things stories I've ever seen in my life.
I probably couldn't read it on here.
I don't know if it's I don't know.
It's not satanic, is it?
No. It's not satanic. It's the worst thing. It's this woman named Babe, and she's in a wheelchair, and she controls the whole family from this wheelchair, and she has sex with them all, and she wanted this baby. She loves little girls, and they sort of got this friend's daughter to move in with them to take care of her messed up diabetic feet. And then they just kind of controlled and abused her. And then one of her sons got her pregnant, and all they wanted was the baby, and they wanted to kill the girl that they had sort of brought into their house to get away from her bad life. And then it was the sickest story. Her son and his girlfriend end up killing the mother of this baby by dragging her in front of a train and letting the train run over her. But somehow this young woman, the mother of this baby, was able to stay alive and like hide from the train in the tracks, like lower her body enough to be hidden. And
gosh.
Oh, you got it. It's when I saw it was after the Summer Wells case. I thought this family makes the Wells look like almost normal.
When did this happen? A year or two ago? 2 years ago?
I saw it after summer. I don't remember how long ago the story was, but Annie Elise covers it not that long ago.
What state is this in?
Google Sugar Babe.
Okay, I'll do that tomorrow. Now all of a sudden I forgot I had to go to the bathroom because the story's so depressing. But yeah. I'm gonna
You want to drop me down and say goodbye? I'll just drop down. All right, honey. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming up. This was a 5-hour live.
Yeah, unbelievable. Good job. Okay, bye, honey. Bye, everybody. I'll be in the chat.
All right. What am I doing? Oops. Okay. Thank you, everybody. My shows are unpredictable, extreme. That's why PCT is extreme now. And I appreciate everyone coming in, the regulars, the new faces. Hi, Evie. Hi, Redacted Static. Hi, Robin Barber. Thank you so much, everyone. Pink Fan, Maria G. Wow, thanks for sticking it out with me. 5 hours. I had a feeling when people were coming up on panel, it might go at least 3. I wasn't planning on 5. which is fine. I'm not complaining. It's been fun. It's been interesting. I hope I don't have bad dreams of tarps and lighters and holy crap. I mean, I don't know. It's the whole thing is really. So maybe no, I don't know. I don't think I'll cover any more of it. That poor woman isn't going to get justice, I don't think, if she hasn't gotten it by now. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming over to PCT is Extreme. You notice I spelled it XSTREAM. And on Dolly Visions Uncensored, he says, calls me Extreme, Queen of Extreme. So I kind of came up with the idea from that too. But I'll see you sometime tomorrow. I love you guys. Thank you. Please hit the like, subscribe if you would. And yeah, thanks again. All right. Bye-bye.